Mr. Mayor, ready when you are, sir.
I'm going to call to order our regular city council successor agency, Stanton Housing Authority joint regular meeting for Tuesday, December 12th. If you all please rise for a pledge, led by Mr. Brian Gunn.
All day. Somehow I don't. But please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Brian. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council Agency Authority Member Taylor. Council Agency Authority Member Torres. Council Agency Authority Member Warren.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chairperson Mann. And Mayor Chairman Shaw.
Here. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I would like, if it's okay with the council, majority, I'd like to move agenda item 9A as our first item tonight. Is there any objection? Okay. Madam Attorney, do we need to take a voice vote?
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Shower. Do we have a second for that? Second by Councilmember Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll begin with item 9A.
The main reason that I did move item 9A as our first discussion tonight is I'm raising a point of order on item 9A because the resolution that is before us violates our city policy on proclamations. And I'm going to go through the reasons for that in our proclamation on our policy 11-2-7. So what I have here is a copy for each council member as I go through it. Okay, let me point out the following. The particular resolution or proclamation is contrary and does not conform with City of Stanton Administrative Policy number 11-2-7, which was dated November 28, 2023, which was passed with a 5-0 majority vote of the City Council. It deals with the presentation of city proclamations, certificates, and recognition of award procedures, and the authority of the City Council and the administrator of the city manager. Let me go through these. Any resolution or proclamation that the City of Stanton does has a singular purpose: to establish consistent criteria and procedures for official city council recognition of individuals, groups, or events of significance that directly impact and benefit the City of Stanton as its residents by an issuance of certificates of recognition or proclamation. Now, the policy itself. It is the policy of the City of Stanton to recognize noteworthy contributions and achievements of individuals and organizations through accommodation, proclamation, certificate. Oftentimes we award city titles or other types of recognition. This is a criteria contained in the policy. This policy discourages the City of Stanton from supporting, promoting, or otherwise making endorsements for any religious purposes or partisan purposes. Certificate of recognition of proclamations are not statements of policy or individual viewpoints or support affiliations. The recognition is from the City Council as a body and not from an individual member. Only proclamations dealing with local, county, state issues are those that positively impact the Stanton community and convey a affirmative message to all the residents will be considered and issued on that sole basis. At this time, I'm going to open it up for any questions or anything that you'd like to know with my council.
Yes, can you please reaffirm why you believe that this is not conveying
An affirmative message? Okay, well, that is just one of the small points of the violations. There are so many on here that even if that affirmative was supported, it just doesn't make it right.
So my issue with that is that every day we're out there, we do make partisan statements. That's the point of our legislative body. Every time we go ahead and we agendize something, like, updating our tobacco ordinances, this is us taking an explicit position. I don't like this, smooth, frictionless world where we can't mention any of these things when we really deal with these things every day.
There's a difference between dealing something and I understand where you come from. This has something that we discuss and work on every day as a council. But we don't have a proclamation for everything that we do and work on as a council. Go ahead.
Councilmember Torres, I wanted to acknowledge what you just said. All the decisions that, I can't speak for everyone else, but that I make when I'm here representing people is not partisan, it should not be partisan. What we're doing is for what's in the best interest of our community, the people above politics at all times. So I don't think that it's right to say that decisions we make are partisan, because they are not. What we do is for the community and for the people of our community.
I'm sorry, but us dealing with what we think is the best for our people is a partisan decision. We all have to. But you know what? Every time we, give our point of view, that is partisan. And that's the reason why we're here today. This is the process that we do when we have something that we as a city want to have a cohesive message. We do this all the time. Not too long ago, this council here decided to pass a resolution that condemned the Iranian government. It's still with the Iranian people. I don't know why this is any different.
Any questions or comments? Okay, at this time, because of policy 11-27, I am making a motion not to move forward with item 9A because it violates our city council's policy on proclamations, and I'm seeking a second.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry, hold on. We as a council went ahead and we directed staff to bring this together. This is the majority of our council, and then now we're saying all of a sudden, oh no, this doesn't fit within our compliance with our law. But we all passed this together, except for one abstain.
I have a point. We passed researching it and putting it on the agenda.
We passed bringing this ordinance from the city of Cudahy with the name of schools in the place. That's what we ordered. Staff to do.
Right, but that was just for our review, that wasn't we are going to make this proclamation.
Right, this was to further the conversation because I thought I had, positive sentiment from this council to pass it.
At this time, I'm going to call for the question. And would you please read my motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, just raise your hand, so I don't want to speak out of turn.
Dave?
Yeah.
Al?
Go ahead, Alice.
I understand that during our last council meeting, we had an agenda item in which we had to consider whether or not to further the agenda item, which was a resolution. At the time, I didn't know much about the issue. I had seen it for the first time because it was just brought up. And since then, I've received so many calls from members of the public, so many emails, so many conversations have been had that have better informed me about the situation in the Middle East. I was very ignorant of, and I appreciate everyone who reached out, voiced their perspective on this. And because of that, I believe that the vote that we made weeks ago was one to further the conversation. I don't think it decided on whether or not to pass the resolution. That's what it was. No, not we're gonna pass the resolution, given that we were had a little bit of time to further look into the document, as well as hear from many different perspectives. And I know that it's a very divisive issue, and seeing that from all the emails I'm getting, all the conversations I've had, I want to make sure that as a city, we stand for compassion, for understanding and respect for all people in our community. That we want to respect people's ability to live in peace and against youth violence. I want to make sure that any resolution we pass does not create more division. That any resolution that we pass will work towards peace and prosperity for our community. And if there's going to be a resolution that's going to create
Saving lives gonna bring peace, saving lives, saving children's lives, over than.
Well done, please.
Please,
You're ignorant, seriously.
would you please let us finish? Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, look, honestly, this seems like this motion is just meant for everybody to not take a position. Honestly, like, can you convince me otherwise?
I do have an alternate resolution that I can ask. That I hope will be less divisive. Rather one of them.
Okay, I call for the question, we call for the question, and it's debate, is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor and Council, we do have a number of speaker cards, so around that, the speaker cards in the public comment does need to have before or during, the hearing. And so, what I've heard right now is there's a point of order on whether the proposed resolution that was agendized for the item for tonight is within the city's policy. So a point of order is on the table. And also, the item is to consider the adoption of the resolution. So at some point before the resolution is decided, there does need to be public comment. So I do want to make that point.
Okay, so at this point, I have made a motion not to move forward with item 9A because it violates our city council's policy on proclamations. However, we can get a second for that, and then we can listen to public comment. Is that correct?
You can have a motion on the point of order of whether it violates the policy and if there's any issue with that. And then I would suggest having the public comment and then a vote on the resolution.
Okay, fine, so,
I seconded your motion.
okay, great, and that's, so that would be that this is a violation of our city council's policy on proclamations.
Yes, I believe if I can reiterate what the mayor's comment was, is whether the point of order was whether the proposed resolution is violation of the city's proclamation policy that was adopted at the city council. And that, depending on the outcome, that will inform the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Hold on. Okay.
No, we have to vote on whether or not we feel that we're gonna hear the public before we vote on the resolution. That's exactly what we need to do. I just need to get this past this on the violation of our city proclamations. Okay, so this will be yay or nay, yes, it does violate, or no, it doesn't violate.
So again, that was a point of order with a motion by Mayor Schaubert, a second by Councilmember Warren. I will now proceed with the roll call vote. Councilmember Torres?
No.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Van?
Yes.
Mayor Schaubert?
Yes. Okay, the results of that is that the proclamation, which we're going to be looking at, which is number 9A, does violate the city council's policy on proclamations. That being said, we will now move forward with anybody that would like to speak on item 9A. If you have not turned in a card, that doesn't mean you cannot come out and talk. You just need to let me know at that particular time if we missed anybody. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to speak. There is a limit of 3 minutes per person. If we can keep some of the things from being too redundant, that would be greatly appreciated. If we're hearing the same message over and over again, we usually get things pretty good the first time. Also, you have the right to speak, even if you are redundant, for 3 minutes. So we're going to be opening that up. As your name is called, we're speaking on item 9A. Please come up to the dais microphone, give us your name, and close that. That's about it. New law, just your name, and then you can go ahead and we'll start the clock at 3 minutes. Okay, so.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to start with the written public comments that were received. We received a total of 633 as of 5:32 p.m. today, Tuesday, December 12th, 2023. We had 221 in opposition and 412 in support of. So I now proceed with the public comment. Our first speaker this evening is Sam.
May I interject?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I know that the individuals and the people that are here tonight oftentimes have different viewpoints. They also have different ideas and they feel very strongly about it. And I respect that. So tonight, let's give everybody that comes up, no matter what their position is, an opportunity to let us know so that we can understand what you're addressing this way. Therefore, if we have no interruptions, it will be a wonderful time for us to really understand your point of view. So if we all cooperate on that, I would appreciate it very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, that's Sam. It looks like they just wrote Sam Stanton. That's okay. I'm going to move on to the next person that had to come up next. Our next speaker is Rowan. Rowan? Are you speaker Sam or are you?
Rowan.
Oh, perfect. That's it.
With all due respect, before we start the time, can I just say that I believe that this is an issue that pertains to the community. And as it's a parent, this is something that's very important to all of us that community members. Quite a turnout. I don't know if you've ever seen a turnout like this before. Can you let me know when the time starts?
Ready.
Hello, my name is Rowan Tahan, and I'm a resident of Stanton, zip code 90680. Due to the rise in anti-Palestinian hate, I prefer not to share my exact address. I would like to urge the City Council to vote yes on item 9A in solidarity with Palestine to encourage an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The past 2 months, witnessing the massacre being committed in Gaza has been agonizing, traumatizing, and heartbreaking. I can't even imagine what would it be like for the people that are actually going through it, rather than witnessing it on a screen. Every single day, the death toll grows higher and higher with a population that is mostly women and children, and that is highly disturbing. The death toll is being deemed as collateral damage of war when in fact civilian infrastructures such as hospitals, schools, and places of worship have been targeted. International human rights organizations have called the massacre a genocide, an ethnic cleansing, and under international law, the occupation of Palestine is recognized as an illegal apartheid system. This week is officially recognized as Human Rights Week, and I believe it is our obligation to use our voices as community members and as leadership such as yourself to speak out against injustice. The people of Palestine and civilians of Gaza have had their rights stripped away from them. They deserve to live their lives with freedom, free from the atrocities being committed against them. They deserve peace and to have a future where they have opportunities to see their children grow older, to go to school, and to aspire to fulfill their dreams, just like we do here in the United States. The death toll is reaching 20,000 people, and each day that death toll increases, all of those people are innocent. Let us be a city who stands proud in calling for a ceasefire to preserve the precious lives that are left in Gaza. If we call for this resolution, it will be something that is positive in history because we will be the first city in Orange County to make this statement. And I believe that this statement is a humanitarian statement. As a resident, as a mother, As a nurse and as a human being, I urge the members of the City Council to vote yes on a resolution that will help prevent even more human loss. This is an urgent matter that needs immediate action, and I call upon each and every one of you as human beings to do what is right. Thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sam.
Good evening, peace be upon everyone here. This resolution is quite simple. We're asking for a ceasefire. Basically, we're asking everyone here that we don't want any more death, any more blood. This is what this resolution is about. It's a simple vote, yes for peace, no for more death. It's simple as that. We want peace. We want to live in harmony. And all I can say, tonight we can make a very symbolic statement. I know that we have a lot of different opinions here, but one thing we can all agree is that every life matter. And then here, we ask for a ceasefire. You guys can make a very powerful statement for other cities in Orange County and other communities all across the nation that we, as the city of Stanton, also as a resident, that we have a voice, that we want peace for everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mona.
Can you move the microphone to whatever thing?
Oh, you
I
know
didn't
this.
get the opportunity to tell them.
I think I'm loud enough. Oh, I don't have a timer in front of me.
It's right.
Oh, that one.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for agreeing to do that. I'm always in awe when we ask for a ceasefire, when somebody's asking for a ceasefire, to stop the killing. That's all that needs to happen. I don't know what is so difficult about it, personally. If we go against a ceasefire, it's not about Hamas, it's about Palestinian children and mothers and grandparents. Not everybody's Hamas. You can't eliminate 2.3 million people calling them Hamas. You can't. These are innocent people. We are helping, the US government. We have bombed the living daylights out of Gaza. There's no schools. One of the third oldest church in the world has been bombed. You have one of the oldest mosques bombed to pieces. Children don't have schools. The universities are bombed. Nothing is there. We need to find the peace. An eye for an eye, everybody goes blind. Let's just look at a ceasefire and stop this craziness. I know there are hostages. There are hostages on both sides. They need to be let out. I agree. But killing innocent people and maiming them is not. From a personal story from me, is that I lived through war. And I don't know how many people in this room have lived under all these shells coming down on them and explosions. I don't know how many people in this room can say today that they spent 54 years without their father because he was killed by Israelis. I don't know how many can say that their mother was killed 50 years ago, this coming year. I have lived my life without my parents. I have spent every single thing. I've graduated from high school, from college, I married, I had children, nothing. I got nothing. My parents were not there. I have a grandchild now. They wouldn't have seen that. They haven't seen anything. With all of that happened, my father's family was a family that was ethnically cleansed in 1948. And when it came time, my family had to leave in 48. They did not stand in front of me. And I'll tell you one last thing. I did get married. I married somebody who's Jewish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thayer.
Good evening, Council, Mayor.
You're from Stanton.
I've been here, I lived in Stanton, I'm a resident resident for over 20 years. Parents live here, brothers live here, my son was born here, nephews. I've been here for a long time, and I've seen it. I've seen the park grow up, there wasn't a park there before. I've been in the community here multiple times. And I can say that we witnessed so much pain and trauma in these last few weeks. It's affecting us, it's affecting the community. You can see, you don't get this every time you have an event, you see it's affecting the community. And it's kind of hard getting to find the words to how to respond to it, In an attempt to be human, in an attempt to urge to vote for the ceasefire, is to end all this, is to move forward, to try to heal, to get past. Right there, it says community pride and forward vision, not getting stuck in the same thing over and over again. We need a ceasefire to move forward. We need to have pride in who we are. Pride to be Stanton, living here so much with my family. And that's all I can urge you guys, it is part of the community, it is part of who we are. And passing a resolution, it is something that's gonna affect the community as well. And asking for ceasefire is a humanitarian thing to do. To end all this, to move forward, to heal through this, instead of getting stuck in the same thing over week after week and month after month and witnessing this every time. So I urge you guys to vote for the resolution for ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lulu. Lulu Hamas. And that's okay, well,
Good evening. I'm Lulu Hamad, founder of Young Invisible, nonprofit working on empowering our BIPOC communities to take full and active role in our civil society and civic life. I just came from my daughter's choir. I had to leave her. She asked me, Mom, where are you going? I thought I have to go to this city council meeting to tell them that I support them passing a ceasefire resolution. So, oh, but do you really have to go there? Don't they know that? She's only 12. I don't let her watch a fraction of the news. But she sees genocide and recognizes genocide when she sees it. If it looks like a genocide, if it sounds like a genocide, if it's televised with our own tax dollars, then it is genocide. And thinking that genocide, killing the people of members of your own constituents, doesn't affect your community here is very concerning. Thinking that the Islamophobia that we've been experiencing since this whole thing happened doesn't concern your constituents here raises a lot of red flags. To think that, oh, this violates the proclamation policies when you just passed something about the Iranian government. I mean, we are not dumb, and we see what's going on here. It's unacceptable. You do have the responsibility to your constituents to keep us safe. What you are doing now, you're eroding our community's belief in the rule of law, in democracy, and electoral rights. Why would they care about any of you if they see the double standards? Why? Why would they care about anything you say or anything you legislate, when they see that the rule of law doesn't matter, when pressure comes, people will kowtow. Disappointment is not enough. At this point, it's disgust.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David.
Thank you very much, members of the City Council. 3 weeks ago in Israel, a missile shot from Gaza headed toward me and I had to run to lay down on the floor. Yes, there is a tragedy going on. There's a tragedy for the people of Gaza and there's a tragedy for the people of Israel. And I too support a ceasefire. A ceasefire when two things will happen. When Hamas, a terrorist organization, is designated by the United States, will surrender and all the hostages will be released. Now let's understand what we're fighting. In 2006, Israel left Gaza, said to the Palestinians, make yourself a state. They could have made Dubai, they could have made Singapore, they created an oasis of opportunity. Instead, they voted in Hamas, and Hamas became a bastion of terror. Since that year, 2007, over 10,000 missiles have fallen on Israeli cities. Imagine if there was an organization in Tijuana that shot 10,000 missiles into San Diego, into all the cities in Southern California. What would America react? And what is the problem with Hamas? In America, we just said the Pledge of Allegiance to our country. The foundations of this country is religious freedom, freedom of expression, and respecting the rights of everybody else in democracy. The charter of Hamas reads, and I want to tell you what it says in that charter: the destruction of the state of Israel and the eradication and genocide of every Jew in the world. In other words, Hamas wants to kill me and wants to kill every Jewish citizen in Orange County and every Jewish citizen of Stanton. And what Israel has come to realize is that the only way there's going to be peace, the only way there's going to be freedom, is Hamas must be removed from Gaza. And the greatest people suffering are the people of Gaza. Yes, they're being held hostage by this regime. And it's very analogous to what happened in World War II, when Churchill realized that the only thing he could do was to eradicate the evil of Nazi Germany. Sadly, Hamas's charter calls for the destruction of the state of Israel and the genocide of every Jew in the world. So we are facing a terrible enemy, and we're in the middle of a terrible battle. But once Hamas is taken out of Gaza, and the people of Gaza will have an opportunity to rebuild their lives, they'll be able to live with a sense of peace and a sense of stability. On October 6th, there was a ceasefire, and Hamas came into Israel and killed 1,300 people. They raped, they murdered, they killed. One of my friend's child is still a kidnapped victim in Gaza. Another friend of mine's granddaughter threw her children out of the car and she was murdered, a young woman in her 30s. We're living in a tragic time. We want a ceasefire that will come about with one thing: when Hamas stops using people for human shields, when it surrenders and gives back the hostages to Israel. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Peter.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the Stanton City Council, my name is Peter Levy. I'm the Regional Director for the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, a century-old anti-hate organization that is here to fulfill our mission to bring justice and secure fair treatment for all people. On behalf of the ADL, I'd like to ask your opposition to resolution number 2023-30. The proposed resolution includes inflammatory rhetoric that is divisive and one-sided. It fails to condemn Hamas or its terrorist massacre of October 7th. It demonstrates a bias in blaming only Israel and describes no agency or responsibility to any other groups or parties in the area. It uses inaccurate terms like ethnic cleansing and apartheid, which are too often used to justify bigotry towards the Jewish people. It accuses Israel of inflicting collective punishment on Palestinian people, which is far from the truth. And it weaponized, and most horrifically, it morally corruptly, it weaponizes the phrase "never again," which references the Holocaust in a way that is insulting to the 6 million Jews and countless others who were systematically murdered by the Nazi regime. Ultimately, the resolution makes a mockery of fighting anti-Semitism by vowing to, quote, combat anti-Semitism, while it weaponizes language that too often is used to promote and justify anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. If your goal is to call for a ceasefire because of the devastating effect on innocent civilians, then make a resolution that calls for that policy change. But don't create a resolution in this body that demonizes a group of people, Jews and Israelis, by using weaponized language that promotes and is used by terrorist organizations that justify, promotes, and amplifies anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. To be clear, this is not a war that Israel wanted or started. And two things can be true. Our heart breaks at the loss of innocent life, both of Israel and Gaza, and the worsening humanitarian crisis that's been unfolding in Gaza. At the same time, we can hold Hamas accountable for their attack targeting men, women, and children, killing and mutilating and kidnapping babies and elderly and the disabled on October 7th, as well as for deliberately putting innocent Palestinians in harm's way in pursuit of their nefarious goals. It's the language of the resolution why I ask you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amir. Amir Nash.
Hello, Council. My name is Amin Nash. I'm the Policy and Research Coordinator for the Arab American Pacific Council. I want to commend the Council on taking the chance to have a conversation about this ceasefire resolution. I would like to see you guys vote positively, say yes on it. One thing is for you guys as a city to understand that there's a diverse population within Orange County. And I heard a statement earlier that states that somehow Hamas wants the end of Israel, wants the end of Jewish people, and somehow that relates to people in Orange County that want to prevent Jewish people. I want you guys to think about this narrative for a little bit. Think about this direction. Do we Muslims, do we Arabs, do we Palestinians want the death of Jewish people in Orange County? No. We want a ceasefire. We want a recognition of humanity. And this idea that somehow Muslims here are angry or they want the death of Jewish people, it's quite frankly bigoted. And it's incorrect. So the city right here has an opportunity to step up. And I beg you guys, and I ask you guys to not be afraid, to actually do the right thing, and to not listen to any outside voices. To understand that empathy comes in many forms. And also empathy comes in holding hand in hand, like you see people behind us who are both Arab, they're Muslim, they're Jewish, they're American, they come from other diverse backgrounds, and they're right here in Stanton, holding hands together. So take a chance to think about the narrative and things that people are saying to. Because you have a population in Stanton who can trace their heritage back to Palestine. They've been here for a long, long time. They contribute a lot of time and a lot of money, a lot of volunteer hours to be in Stanton. So don't forget about them. The last thing I want to say is, I'm actually Iraqi American. And right about outside your door, you have a flag that was held in Fallujah. And as an Iraqi American, I also recognize that the indirect deaths of Iraqi civilians was in the 300,000. So I see that flag and I question if this stand and this body will recognize the commitments of Americans who went overseas, who went to Iraq, into my country, that resulted in the deaths of 300,000 people. You should recognize what Israel is doing in Gaza. You should recognize what this rhetoric can do to people to dehumanize them. Once again, I ask you guys to think about this narrative. Don't dehumanize people and listen to these voices. Thank you.
I am from Garden Grove, but I did work here in Stanton for many years, as a social worker with Kickstart. So I do know about the community since I helped a lot of families here. I can tell you that, thank you everybody, Mayor, Councilmember, sorry, I haven't done this in a while. I can tell you that, the issue before you does impact your community. I've been very informed about this issue for 20 years. Not only that, but I've been deployed to Kosovo where genocide happened. And I did get to talk to a lot of people on both sides. I can tell you what's going on is a genocide. And genocide started quite some time ago with the Nakba. And after that, it's been the Palestinians have been dying a very slow death, where none of the community members, none of the nations in the United Nations have been able to do anything because it's getting blocked. Throughout history, these people have not been given self-determination. Even though it was under international law, they were supposed to. Most of the population in Palestine were ignored completely in the formation of a state under the international law guidelines for creation of the state. And since then, little by little, settlements have been encroached in their area, and so forth. The violence, like what Hamas did, Israel has done that to the Palestinians many times, but how come that's not covered in the news? So people that have been occupied for decades, people whose water, whose gas, whose medicine, whose everything has been controlled for decades, doesn't have a right to defend themselves. That's not American. Okay? I don't condone violence against civilians, but it should go both ways. And the fact that it only goes one way, and that we only protect people like Ukraine or Israel, but when the crimes that Russia has done against Ukraine, and we cry foul and we feel the emotions, but when Israel is doing the same, and has been doing the same for decades, it's all documented. Just go into the UN websites, the humanitarian, legitimate, there's hundreds of legitimate humanitarian websites that you can go to. It's all documented. If you want to, I'll leave you, in fact, I will. I'll leave you my information. I'll send you hundreds of citations.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Selma.
Hello, my name is Selma and I'm 11 years old. First thing I want to do is thank you again for being brave and voting for a resolution to finally stop the bombing of people in Palestine, especially the kids and their families. As a Palestinian American, I feel scared to tell people that I'm Palestinian because there's so much hate out there. My mom says ignorance leads to hate and hate leads to violence. Sadly, there's so much ignorance. I have nightmares thinking about Palestinian children in Gaza because I feel like Palestinian children don't matter, because if they did, how could our government support Israel killing over 9,000 Palestinian children like me while the world is watching? I see my mom cry a lot, but she tells me not to worry because there's hope and that God is watching. Honestly, I'm starting to lose hope. My mom told me that your resolution won't necessarily stop the bombing right away, but it will start a movement for change and encourage our leaders to stop funding a genocide. I know I'm only 11 and I can't vote, but I can see, I can hear, and I will remember. Because this isn't a genocide I will read about. This is one me and my family watched live and will never forget. Please give me hope and help children in Gaza by voting yes for a ceasefire. I pray you vote yes. Thank you.
Who won?
Hello, my name is Rowan.
You can just push it. Thank you.
My name is Rowan. I'm a Stanton resident. I've been in Stanton for about 8 years. I'm originally Palestinian. My mom's side actually was, they were kicked out from Haifa, their city, in 1948. My mom never was able to go back to her hometown ever in her life, just because of everything that has been happening in Palestine for the last 75 years. I'm here to urge you guys to vote yes on ceasefire. We're not doing this for us. We're not doing it for we're doing it for humanity. We are urging you to vote yes for humanity. Over 9,000 children have been killed since October 7th. Over 20,000 people have been killed. In Gaza, it's like a big, huge prison, which is like 2 million people are in Gaza, are in like this big prison. They're not allowed to leave. They're barely allowed to leave. There's nothing coming in. They barely can go out. And another thing that there's about 90% of Gazans right now have been displaced from their homes. And another thing that there's 25,000 children right now have lost either both their parents or one of their parents. So I'm here to ask you, to urge you to be human, to think about it, to vote yes for ceasefire. You're not losing anything. You're not standing with the evil. You're not doing anything wrong. If you vote yes on ceasefire, you actually will feel human again. And you'll feel better about yourself that you actually did something and you actually you guys were able to stop something, to stop a genocide from continuing, because it is already a genocide. You're just helping to stop it from continuing and being a genocide. Sorry, I just lost words. I don't know what else to say. Just please be human and vote yes on ceasefire. Thank you.
Rashad, then R.
Rashad. Good evening. My name is Rashad Adabab. I'm the Executive Director of the Arab American Civic Council. I'm the grandson of survivors of the Armenian genocide and this ongoing Palestinian genocide. My father and his family were forcibly removed from their home in an ethnic cleansing that happened in 1948. They were from the city of Yafa. They were removed from their home, replaced with settlers colonizing historic Palestine. Many of my family members were also from Gaza. I didn't know that I still had relatives in Gaza, because Israel, the state of Israel, separated us, made us refugees. So we didn't know that we still had family members until October. We found out because they were killed in an Israeli airstrike. And we found out based on their last and other family. Today we're witnessing a genocide. 20,000 people, 20,000. The majority of the population in Gaza is displaced. Tonight, what we are asking from you to do is to vote for something that is not controversial. Ceasefire. You are voting on whether you support the continuation of a genocide or put a stop to it. Ceasefire. That's all we're asking. And that's the bare minimum. When did the word ceasefire become so controversial? how did the word ceasefire become a taboo? Is stopping the killing controversial? Is stopping a genocide a taboo? How hard is it to say ceasefire and to vote and support a ceasefire to stop the killing? It's simple. What's next? Is the word peace going to become controversial? Are y'all going to say it's really hard to call for peace? Ceasefire is very simple, very direct, and it's the bare minimum. Please vote yes on item 9.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aya. Aya N. Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Aya. I'm a Palestinian American and a Muslim American. I'm 15 years old and I'm a sophomore in high school. Having a resolution in solidarity with Palestine would mean a lot to me. Because as a Palestinian American, seeing the hate against people like me, and more importantly, watching the massacre of my people in Gaza and in the West Bank is traumatic. As a kid, I read about Japanese internment camps, the Holocaust, and of course the Nakba through my grandparents and my mother. I never thought that as a 15-year-old high school student in 2023, I would witness and watch the genocide and ethnic cleansing of my people, where people either justify it, ignore it, defend it, or support it. This is not about Jews or Muslims. Do not let the media fool you. This is about humanity, the occupied and the occupiers. This is about Palestinians wanting rights, freedom, and equality like every other human. It was reported that over 20,000 Palestinians, including 9,000 children that are my age, a little older, or much younger, have been killed by the Israeli military. The idea that all of this is happening in front of the world is deeply disappointing. The dehumanization of Palestinians has made people like myself, my mother, my siblings, and my community targets of hate. Please help save the Palestinian children in Gaza and in the West Bank. Please consider passing the resolution as soon as possible. Please help Palestinian Americans feel safe being Palestinian. Please show me and other Palestinian children that we matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next speaker is Maha.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Maha Afra. I am a mother and an educator. I am going to start because I am concerned that you're even thinking if this resolution is possible, should be or shouldn't be. Yes, it should. It is your business. And let me tell you why. Some data at $318 billion go to Israel, 3.8 per year. $20 billion would end homelessness in the US. $40 billion per year will end world hunger in the world and global hunger in 2030. And this is a government issue, and you are government. So it is your job. And I prepared so much, but then I decided to just talk based on what I heard. Is that, yes, you should be afraid. You should be afraid of what you're putting this resolution, because Zionists are going to threaten you, are going to twist your arms, are going to try and bribe you, are going to call you anti-Semitic. How do I know? I'm a college professor. And we got silenced because we talk about Palestine. The ADL went to Cyprus High School to silence them against SJ students for Justice for Palestine Club. They want to send the Anak district K-12 to stop talking about Palestine. So yes, you should be worried because they will do anything to hide the truth. Think about it, why they are so adamant on hiding the truth. They hold the photos of the kidnapped. We don't have enough posters to make photos of the Palestinians that have been under genocide since 1948, and just currently in Gaza, 25,000 Palestinians and 9,000, out of which 9,000 children. They call them future terrorists. They blame Hamas. Somebody said that, what if Tijuana, I think that person said, Tijuana comes and attacks you. And I'm gonna ask you, so if Tijuana comes and wants to take your homes, displace you, take your land, what would you do? This is not a two-sided war. This is not two armies. When one army has phosphorus bombs and the other one has, I don't know, I don't understand weapons, but I know they're burning Palestinians with phosphorus bombs. Gaza, somebody romanticized Gaza like Disneyland. Gaza is a concentration camp. That's what it is. Have the courage. Don't be afraid.
The next speaker is Raya.
Hello, thank you for actually at least getting this far and putting this on the agenda like some other cities put it. So I want to commend all of you for taking that vote a few weeks ago. Just notice here that it says Vision Forward on your logo. And I do believe we will have a ceasefire and we will remember you. We will remember how you voted today. It would be unfortunate if you didn't stand with us and see a ceasefire. Remember, before you go to sleep at night, that you voted against this. When the United Nations voted in support of this today. I also want to recognize that I was organizing an event not far from here a few weeks ago, and we were at Cal State Long Beach. I was driving away from this demonstration in which we called for a ceasefire, in which we had 300 students, many of them in which live in the city, call for a ceasefire. And there was no objection. It was a peaceful demonstration. And then I left. I was driving not far from here off the 22, and there was another student that drove up close to me that I remember being at the demonstration. He actually drove up right next to my car while I was driving on the 22 freeway, right between the 405 and the 22. And he drove up, the driver had a passenger, the passenger drove up right next to my car. And he went and he showed me a heart, like a Gen Z heart. And I'm driving and it's kind of dark. Then he showed me an Israeli flag on his phone. And then he went on Instagram and he showed me a picture of myself. And he recognized me. And the next thing I know, he tries to cut me off. And almost, I drove against the wall. And it was terrifying. It was terrifying. And you not supporting agenda, like tonight, you not supporting what's on your agenda is going to incite more hate towards Palestinians. And I'm a proud Palestinian, and I'm not going to be unafraid. I'm going to be unafraid to say that when there is media here that weaponizes the term human shield, that Palestinians are human shields. And I have sisters and brothers, I have nieces and nephews in Palestine right now living, and they are not human shields, they're innocent children. So please be on the right side of history today and don't let them weaponize us. We can't even say we're proud Palestinians because it's offensive to them. So please stand on the right side of history. We're going to remember you, and please remember forward vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to do this today. First thing I want to do is I want to thank you, Councilman Donald Torres, for being so brave. And one day you'll be seen as a hero for what you've done. I want you to know that. Now I want to respond to the sabotage or the action that took place initially in this meeting. When you voted on this resolution, all of you had talked about that vote regarding the proclamations. I was here for that. And you actually asked the question, does this conflict with that? And you said, no, you know what? We've done things for Ukraine. We've done things for Iran. So yeah, now let's move forward. So I see you and I hear you, and I'm very disappointed in all of you. I really am heartbroken by what was done today. I'm a Palestinian American, I'm a mother of 3 children, and ever since October 7th, I've been subjected to more hate than I ever have in my entire lifetime. Keep in mind, I've been called to terrorist. The first time I was called a terrorist, I was 7 years old, just for being Muslim. I came to you as city council, as all of us did, because no one's hearing us. This is a genocide and ethnic cleansing. When 75% of the infrastructure of Gaza is destroyed, that is genocide. When over 9,000 children are murdered, that is genocide. When you put 2.3 million people in a small, in 20% of the country, what is that? What is that? When you have 1.85 million people displaced out of 2.3 million, that is ethnic cleansing. When my family is not allowed to use the same roads, same rights, same government as the Israelis, that is apartheid. That is apartheid. Gaza is not a country. Gaza does not have a military. I would never condone anything that happened against the Israeli civilians on October 7th. However, to deny what's happened on October 6th, on October 5th, on October 4th, and all the years prior and after October 7th is disgusting and appalling. And I promise you, you will be judged harshly for it. You had an opportunity tonight. The resolution before you was not controversial. There is nothing controversial about asking for the bombing to stop. There is a line that has been crossed. This is not self-defense. This is not self-defense. And I'm here. I am tired of crying. I am tired of begging. I'm losing my hope in the democracy. It's all sabotage. I have not called one person to bully them into voting for this or support this. Yet here I am, meeting after meeting, watching people act like it's radical to ask for the bomb and killing to stop. Is 80% of Gaza being destroyed enough? What she did was wrong. What she did was wrong. Oh yes, thank you.
Mimi? And if we can just, like our mayor said, respect who's speaking so we can all hear. Like, thank you so much. Mimi?
My name is Mimi Gibran. I'm gonna try not to get emotional here because this is just too much. I see the tree outside, Christmas tree. So probably all of you maybe gonna be here tomorrow or the next 2 weeks rushing to buy gifts and getting ready for Christmas. I was born and raised in the city of Bethlehem, city of the birth of Jesus Christ. Lots of them here, they're trying to convince you it is Islam, Hamas against Judaism. It's wrong. It's not. Us as a Palestinian, we are Muslims, we're Christian, and there is also Jews, Palestinian Jews who's been there in the land there. As a person who grew up in Bethlehem, that was the kind of like something that we felt like as a privilege. But I'm a Muslim, not a Christian, but I was born and raised in Bethlehem, went to Catholic school, but I come from the city of Jerusalem. Why I come from the city of Jerusalem and why I lived in Bethlehem? Because Haganah terrorists in 1948, they terrorized my grandparents' family in Jerusalem, and they made them move out. Like, exactly, history is repeating itself. That's what's happening now in Gaza. That's what happened to my grandparents and my dad and his siblings in 1948. they were kicked out of their house in Jerusalem. And they, because my ancestors, my great uncle, he was the holder of the Nativity Church key. He held the key. He was the keeper of the church, and that was in our family for generations. And that's why my grandparents, they chose to go to Bethlehem to go to stay with their relatives in Bethlehem. But till now, we cannot go there. Our house in Jerusalem is a historical house and is still standing, and we cannot go there. And that's what's happening to the people in Gaza. They're being pushed, they're being killed. We were lucky, our grandparents were lucky, my dad and his siblings were lucky, they were not killed, they were not genocide that time. But the kids in Gaza are not that lucky. So please, educate yourself. Somebody said they were ignorant about this issue. Educate yourself. You are in a position, you should be educated. You should know about it. Why did we go to Iraq? Why did we go to Libya? Why did you go to Ukraine, helping Ukraine? We're not going to put our head in the sand and say it's not our problem. We are people here. Reach out to your humanity and do the right thing.
Our next speaker is Alexandra. So sorry, Alexandra.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Noyes, and I am a proud Jew. I have literally never encountered any anti-Semitism from any Muslims or Palestinians, and I know a lot. Never even overheard anything about the ceasefire. I have not. I say proud Jew because Jews, on the other hand, have called me anti-Semitic 7 times in the last 2 months. We're calling for an end to a Palestinian child being killed every 10 minutes. I've read gruesome survivor testimony from the massacre of one of my own ancestral villages in Europe, and the 1948 Nakba stories of local Palestinian Americans are hauntingly, heartbreakingly similar. The difference is that their oppression never stopped, and people claim that what happened to my family makes what is happening to the Palestinians necessary. I am here to say no, not in my name. And it has always been the case that if Americans want a safe place for persecuted Jews, we could make it here. We didn't need an Israel for that. We don't need to support war crimes there. We can help people here. This didn't start October 7th, and it didn't even start in 1948. Some guy on another continent in the 1890s came up with modern Zionism. He wrote a book and he started having conferences, and he hadn't even made his single trip to the geographical area he was talking about yet. He finally did go, and then in 1899, a great scholar, Muslim Arab, and longtime Jerusalem mayor wrote to him, Theodor Herzl, asking him to reconsider, for among other things, quote, "It is inhabited by others." And, he stated, he feared that it would endanger Jews in the surrounding area who had been, at that time, living harmoniously with neighbors of other faiths. I was flabbergasted when I learned that Herzl dismissed this wide prediction, and we have claimed to this day that Israel must be protected at all costs because the surrounding countries, quote, hate Jews. I have so many things to say, and right now I'm just going to say it is a tiny, tiny bit of power that we have here, and I hope that we can use it for good. We have Southern California sends so many Jews to the IDF and as illegal settlers. It is our people who are doing bad things there
Juliana?
Hi,
I stand here as a Jewish person in support of the ceasefire resolution. Much of my family immigrated from the Soviet Union to Israel in the 1990s, and many of my family members are Zionists. So I know firsthand that Zionism is a racist and dehumanizing ideology. I'm too embarrassed to repeat some of the things that they have said to me behind closed doors. But we don't need to imagine what they said, because Israeli leaders are not shy about their racism, calling Palestinians human animals, and literally stating that they're rolling out another Nakba. If you're going to call Hamas a terrorist organization, then be fair. Israel is a terrorist state. Over 20,000 dead, half of innocent children, bombing hospitals, schools, mosques. That is terrorism. The only difference is that Israel has billions of dollars of military funding from this country. Those who grieve for lost Palestinians are not anti-Semitic. They are human. Jews, Muslims, and Christians used to live in harmony in Palestine. I've experienced more anti-Semitism from Zionists than I've ever had from Muslims or Palestinians. This genocide is not about religion, it's about money, and it's about land. So Israel does not represent my values, and so many of the other Jews throughout the world. We have fought as Jews from all over the country and all over the world to say, let this not continue in our name. We do not want our culture and our religion to be a justification for the killing of innocent people. We are being used as pawns, and it has got to stop. The last point I want to make.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, if you please refrain from interrupting the speaker. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. The last point I want to make is that 66% of the U.S. population supports a ceasefire. 80% of Democrats support it, 57% of Republicans support it, 56% of independents support it. The UN General Assembly supports a ceasefire. Humanitarian organizations, including Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, United Nations Children's Fund, World Food Program, they all support a ceasefire. That's not even the full list. So which side will you be on?
Our next speaker is Joe. Joe Ulysses.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I've never spoken before council chamber.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, at the start of the evening, I ask everyone to please respectfully listen to the speaker, no matter which side they're on or what they want to say. I would appreciate it if we continue to be polite and let the speaker speak. Please go on, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm a retired administrative law judge for the state of California, Orange County. I'm not here to mediate or solve any longstanding issues of hatred between the Jews and the Muslims, between the Jewish people and the Palestinian people. I'm here just to be able to make sure that Jewish people and Palestinian people live in peace. That's not what I'm seeing here today. What I'm seeing here today is a lot of hatred, both sides. And frankly, I'm not here to enjoy wasting my evening to listen to that. But the city takes up this proclamation as an issue. Then who are they actually benefiting? Certainly not the Jews, and certainly not Palestinians, because it's just creating more division between them. So it's a ceasefire that's going to benefit who? Certainly not the city of Stanton. So maybe Mr. Torres had an idea that he would get more Palestinian support in his next coming election. Certainly, it wasn't on his agenda when he ran for city council when this issue came up. But I just don't see the purpose of having this proclamation before the city of Stanton. We're basically getting into issues that, I mean, they're so divisive and they're just not helping anybody. I mean, what's the purpose of the people, the Palestinians attacking Israel, and what's the purpose of Israel going back and attacking them? I mean, it just brings us back to the World Trade Center when you know, Al-Qaeda attacked the US, and what did we do? We didn't sit back and just watch that. Anyway, I'm just not, doesn't sit right with me that this resolution will benefit the city of Stanton. And that's really the purpose, is to create more peace, more harmony, and better place to live for the residents of Stanton, not to create a haven for Palestinians or a hell for the Jews that live in Stanton, because it seems to me that that's where it's going. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Robin.
Good evening. So you've already heard from some Jewish people tonight, some of whom are going to tell you why they support this resolution. And I hope that you will reflect on what the executive director of the Council on American Islamic Relations told me on Sunday night, that Jews are not a monolith. You may have heard the old adage that you have two Jews in a room, there are at least three opinions. And so I hope that you will listen to everyone in this room, including all of the Jews, and not just assume that we have one opinion or another opinion. You're also going to hear from many people who are telling you that criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic, and that's true. But the language in this resolution and the language you've heard tonight, that's not criticism. This is applying classic tropes of anti-Semitism and simply replacing the word Jew with Israel. That is not criticism. That is a dog whistle for hate. Even the person who wrote this resolution isn't separating Jews from Israel. They've appropriated language from Jewish history and Jewish culture, and they've made it pretty clear that even they know that there is an inextricable connection between Jews and Israel. I urge you to vote no on this resolution, also because the information in the resolution is one-sided, and it neglects to include that Hamas has also been committing war crimes, that Hamas is diverting humanitarian aid and supplies away from its own people, and that 25% of all of the missiles deployed by Hamas have misfired and exploded in their own land, on their own facilities, on their own people. I urge you to vote no because you were not elected for your foreign policy experience, and you shouldn't be expected to vote on something that has nothing to do with the operation of this city. Thank you.
This time, because of the interruptions in the hallway, we're going to shut the chamber doors. You have access to go in and out. If you want to have a discussion, please do not have it in here because it's interrupting the speaker's opportunity to talk. So Mr. Wren, if you would shut those doors, and if you want to talk, go outside, please. Thank you. We can get those doors shut before we start.
Mr. Wren, if we could only shut one door, please, because we do need to keep this meeting, Mr. Mayor. Only because, like Mr. Mayor said, the sound from the lobby does carry in, and it is hard and difficult to hear the speaker, and we'd like to ensure that each speaker has the opportunity to speak.
Okay, since we can't give Mr. Raymond, somebody close the right door back there. Thank you. Okay. There we go. So feel free to go outside if you'd like to discuss. Please don't interrupt any speaker. Please give them the opportunity and courtesy to say what they'd like to say. Thank you. And now our city clerk will let us know who's next.
Mika Galperin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you, Kelly. I have been a Seattle resident for over 45 years. I'm a survivor. I'm a child of Holocaust survivors. And with all due respect to every single council member here, when I found out that this was on the agenda tonight, I was shocked, I was appalled, I was sad, because aside from, a lot of other issues, I don't understand, frankly, what this is doing on the STAMP agenda. This has nothing to do with, regardless of which side you're on, this has nothing to do with improving life in STAMP for the STAMP communities. I know you all work extremely hard. God knows we have a slew of issues in this city that we need to be focusing on, not international politics and foreign policy. That doesn't, in my humble opinion, has no place at city council meetings. There are other venues and other outlets for that sort of thing. And I commend both the mayor and the other gentleman who said, I'm not sure exactly why we're even going through this long list of speakers, because if the resolution is in violation of city policy, then, it's in violation of city policy, and the council basically has already voted and said it is in violation of city policy. But since there's been so much passion, I do want to touch on a couple of things, because there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of emotionally triggering keywords that are being used, like genocide and apartheid, that are basically just not correct. Hamas has been designated as a terrorist organization by the U.S. State Department since 1997. Okay? There was a ceasefire, as some of my colleagues have said, on October 6th. And every ceasefire that Israel has agreed to with Hamas or Hezbollah or similar organizations has not been honored by the other side. They ask for the ceasefire and then they violate it. You don't get to be the bully and run into somebody's house, beat them up with a baseball bat, and then run out and cry, "Don't hit me back, don't hit me back." Okay? All this outrage and all this sympathy for the plight of innocent children, where is it in regards to the innocent Israeli children that are still sitting in Gaza? Hamas is the one that is terrorizing Palestinians, not Israel. If you want a ceasefire, let the hostages go. It's that simple. Don't expect us to leave our people.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to put a new battery in the microphone, so please be patient. It'll just take a few seconds.
Thank you for your patience. Our next speaker is Laurel.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Laurel, and I'm a member of the Jewish community. I'm sure it's safe to assume that everyone here wants to reduce the suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza, and I can only hope that everyone here is aware that the United States, Australia, Canada, European Union, Japan, Israel, the Organization of American States, Paraguay, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and countless other sovereign countries agree that Hamas is a terrorist organization and that Hamas has attacked and continues to attack Israel. Hamas broke its previously brokered ceasefire with Israel on October 7th, and Hamas violated the terms of the current truce with Israel on December 1st. Just last week, the leader of Hamas promised to continue to attack Israel over and over again, as if it's their singular mission and focus. Hamas doesn't care how many innocent people from Israel or Gaza are harmed in the process. Their leader has made it clear that they leave the protection of Palestinians in Gaza up to the UN, even though they are the elected government entity in Gaza. It is horrifying to wake up each day and hear about the innocent casualties of this terrible war on another continent. But calling out this single war when there are hundreds of thousands of innocent people in Yemen, Syria, Afghanistan, Sudan, and Iran being murdered under different circumstances has me wondering, what is so unique about this war that has captured so much local attention? As you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, the Stanton City Council recently adopted a motion to not pass resolutions on international conflict. Please follow that wise and intuitive approach. Vote no on this resolution. Thank you. Hi,
good evening. My name is Dor Levy, as the name suggests.
You'll put the microphone up.
As the name suggests, I'm Jewish. Distinguished Stanton City Council members and Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on the resolution to support Palestinian people of Gaza. The ceasefire comes after that, by the way, if you look at the title. Requested by Council Member Torres. Local city council officials are elected to run the city affairs, make sure it is safe, and provide the necessary amenities and services for the residents and visitors of the city they serve. As very well defined in your city website, and I quote from the city website, the city council addresses the current and future needs of the community through the adoption of policies which promote the best interest of the community and the city relationship with citizens, business, community organizations, and other governmental agencies. I ask you, members, does this resolution promote the best interests of the community? Will this resolution benefit the city of Stanton and its residents? Or will this resolution deepen the chasm and broaden the divide, as seen here, between the two communities, the one supporting the state of Israel and the other supporting the Hamas terror organization? The city council members are not elected to manage and influence global political issues, nor any American foreign affairs, such as the one discussed today. Nor does the council members and their staff are well informed and equipped to make such decisions in a professional and unbiased way. To my knowledge, and based on, again, search of your website, the Stanton Council made that true in the past. I could not find any resolution regarding the killing of over 400 people in Syria. I could not find any resolution about the Somali war, where 350,000 lost their life. I could not find resolution on the Kurds slaughtered by Turkey and Iraq. And I can go on, because, as I said, it is not the Council's place to make statements on those issues, as horrible as they may be. So what have changed? And I'm mainly asking you, Council Torres, is the Council being influenced by a small number of people who their sole purpose is to damage Israel's reputation anywhere and anytime they can, regardless of the fact? And mistake note, this is a very well orchestrated effort to demolition the Israeli state. And again, based on your side, a resolution establishes Council policy or directs certain types of administrative action.
Thank you.
Is this stands for your definition of resolution?
Our next speaker is Judy.
Thank you. I want to agree with people who said that this really does not belong on an Orange County council agenda. I'm gonna go off my script because you did ask to not be repetitive, so I don't want that I've written that. There are a couple of things that I haven't heard yet. We have mentioned human shield, but we haven't mentioned that over $25 billion has been given to Gaza by countries, by the UN, by the US, by Canada, by many countries, $25 billion. And yet, according to some, it's an open air prison. It's a horrible place to live. So where is that $25 billion gone? It's gone into tunnels. There are 500 kilometers of tunnels underneath Gaza for the purpose of staging a war against Israel used by Hamas. Concrete goes there, the electricity goes there. You can go on television and watch videos of how there are electric wires there. The missiles are down there. You can see the missiles lining the corridors of the tunnels. There is food there. There is fuel there to shoot all of those rockets. There's water there. All of that humanitarian aid that Palestinians need and deserve is being stolen by Hamas and being used to fight against Israel. Over $25 billion. Right now, Palestinians in Gaza are starting to call out Hamas and are arguing and angry with Hamas because even now when humanitarian aid does go into Gaza, it's being stolen by Hamas. And the Palestinian civilians are getting pretty fed up with this. And you can hear them calling out Hamas now. I see I don't have time to talk about 1948 and the partition of that area into two states. The day after the UN partitioned the area into Israel and a Palestinian state, 5 countries, rose up in a war to annihilate Israel. So there's a lot more history that needs to be learned here, but this resolution is flawed.
Thank you very much.
So no.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Anne.
These are walkers who walk up.
Sorry for the delay, I wasn't exactly expecting to be called on. This proclamation has already been determined to be in violation of Stanton city policy. And so I thank you for allowing so many of us to share what we're thinking, what we're feeling, and what our thoughts are on this. Anyway, even though the proclamation as written is not going anywhere, I appreciate the passion in this room on both sides. It was hard to applaud some people and not others, and so I choose to just listen and respect what's being said is truth on all sides. We are dealing with people. But this proclamation is exactly, the issue is not exactly what's stated in the proclamation, it's more in what it's doing to our city and to our citizens. We're divided. We have people on both sides, and it's definitely sides. I mean, it's like a wedding. You've got one side on one side and the other side on the other. So despite the intent, the result is going to be more division and more hate, and there's going to be a winner or a loser, which I don't think will help the general situation. Nor do I think that it's really Stanton's place to make a stand one way or the other, especially when we're a community that is so mixed. The whole purpose of the United States is like a melting pot, where we're all here for common goals and common good. And this kind of brings to the front the differences that we have rather than the communities. I also am a mother and a grandmother and a proud Jew. My 13-year-old granddaughter has had anti-Semitism at her middle school. This was before all of this came up. This is not the way people should live with people. This was not the intent when the world was created. And this is not the intent of the governments that should be ruling us. I can't help thinking about kids. You hit somebody, they hit you back harder. You go and cry to mom, but he hit me harder than I did. That doesn't work. If you believe enough to start something, then you have to accept what comes after that. And I'm calling for a ceasefire, not on one side or the other, but in general, one that everybody will respect. Otherwise, there's no point. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Basha, and after Basha, we have Manahil, and then Lina. So again, Basha, Manahil, and Lina.
Good evening. My name is Basha Jamil, and I'm the policy manager of the Council on American Islamic Relations Greater LA chapter. Our office is just down the road in Anaheim, and sadly, we've been pretty busy since October 7th. We're the largest Muslim civil liberties organization in the United States, and since October 7th, we've been dealing with countless cases of intimidation, harassment, and threats, defending the Palestinian, Arab, Muslim population, and honestly, people from all kinds of backgrounds that have been brave enough to stand up against, to speak up against Israel's collective punishment of the people in Gaza. I'm sad to see that the same intimidation tactics that they've used against these people being used right here on our elected officials, who are taking a brave step, like Councilmember Torres, to call for the end of the slaughter of innocent civilians in Gaza. Sadly, there are people who are weaponizing something as terrible as anti-Semitism by equating anti-Semitism with any criticism of the state of Israel. Israel has slaughtered more than 20,000 innocent civilians. Let's wrap that number around our heads. More than 9,000 children. How many more tens of thousands of children are still trapped under the rubble? And how many more tens of thousands of children have been orphaned, have lost their limbs, have been attacked with white phosphorus with chemical weapons? A ceasefire is the first step towards the safety of all people. Palestinians, Israelis, Jews, Muslims, Christians. It's the first step towards getting the Israeli hostages home. Because Israel is not killing Hamas right now. Let's be real. Israel is killing babies, men, women, and children, and calling them all collateral damage. You know, I asked my colleague Manahil to print out the official list of names of all the children that were slaughtered in Gaza. And she called me to say, but Basha, just want to let you know, it's 165 pages. And that's only up until October 30th. Imagine how many more pages of dead children there are in Gaza right now. These people are not collateral damage. So I want to ask you, the entire world is calling for a ceasefire. We have Muslims, Christians, Jews all united for a ceasefire. What will it take for you to see our humanity? What will it take for you to say enough is enough? The city of Stanton stands with the people of Gaza facing collective punishment, facing genocide. And one more thing for all the people here that are justifying the slaughter of people in Gaza by saying that Hamas are terrorists, Nelson Mandela was considered a terrorist up until 2008. Thank you.
Next speaker is Manali. And then again, we'll have Lina, and then Aliyah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilmen, and women. I am educated here in Orange County. This is not my kind of thing. I'm not a politician. I don't usually come to these things. It's my first time at such an event. It's actually quite fascinating. But when I saw what was being passed here, minutes away from where I teach every single day, I was shocked and horrified. And then when I came here and I heard the words being said by people in the community about Jewish people, about the nation of Israel, I'm honestly in total shock, and it might take me time to recover from this. I've heard people say, I've heard anti-Semitic tropes like, oh, they'll get to you, they'll bribe you, as if there's some national Jewish cabal that's going to get to you if you have the bravery to withstand pressure, to call out the state of Israel for simply defending its citizens. I've heard things like the Jewish people, some guy made up this thing that Jews should go to Israel, when today we are celebrating the sixth night of Hanukkah, which is celebrating a miracle that happened in the temple over 2,000 years ago in the eternal capital of Jewish people in the city of Jerusalem. Okay, every single day, any Jew who prays in the Siddur, the traditional Jewish textbook, which we from the last over 2,000 years knows, that every single day for three times, morning, evening, and afternoon and evening, we pray to God to return us to Zion, to the eternal home of Jewish people. I've heard countless misrepresentations, countless lies, and things that frankly frighten me. Okay, what this ceasefire is doing, I'll tell you as a Jew who practices Judaism on a day-to-day basis, and somebody who really experiences what it means to be a Jew in 2023 and experiences anti-Semitism. I've been yelled at in Palestine since people rang the Tallit, the traditional Jewish prayer call, which, by the way, if you go around and ask them, what do you mean by free Palestine? Many people will tell you it means, as a chant many people seem to be saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, which literally systematically calls for the genocide of the 6.9 million Jews living in the land of Israel. Make no mistake about it. Okay? I will tell you right now that what happened on October 7th has not been condemned here, not once. I have not heard a single word from somebody who was pro the resolution. Not a single person here had the ability to say that what happened on October 7th by Hamas, where they systematically and brutally murdered, raped, beheaded, burned alive over 1,200 citizens of the nation of Israel, men, women, and children, entire families. I can show you pictures that were killed alive, were burned in their beds in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, on a Jewish holiday on Simchat Torah, a holiday where we celebrate and try to rejoice. I've not heard a single word of condemnation against that. I've heard, oh, Nelson Mandela was also not a terrorist. Resistance to justified stuff that are incomprehensible to a civilized person. And yet they tell people who have the ability to say perhaps Israel's justified here, that you're not human. You humanize, which is also anti-Semitic. Oh, Jews aren't human because they want to defend themselves. What ceasefire means is simple. Hamas's goal, as designated in their charter, is very clear. They are calling for the murder of all 6.9 million Jews living in the land of Israel because they can't tolerate it. And by definition, they are calling for the murder of all the 15 million Jews, including myself and many people in this room living in this world. And when we say ceasefire, what we're saying is we're going to embolden them, let them do what they want, let them continue murdering us, let them plan their next attack, because they have stated again that they will do this again and again. Their goal is to eradicate and kill every single Jew living in Israel. I implore you, please stand up for what's right and to show that you are not afraid to support the Jewish people and the land of Israel. Thank you very much.
And after that, we have Aliyah and Brett. Ma'am, if you can the microphone.
Good evening, my name is Lina. I am a Stanton resident, Palestinian, and a public high school teacher. I stand before you today, not just as a voice, but as a plea for humanity, for justice, and for value of innocent lives. In Gaza, in the middle of conflict, innocent children are bearing the unimaginable weight of violence and strife. Their laughter has been silenced by the roar of explosions, their dreams shattered by the horrors of war. But today, right now, we have the power to bring about change. We have the ability to stop this devastating cycle of bloodshed and to offer a glimmer of hope in the darkness that looms over Gaza. We have the opportunity to stand as a symbol of peace, empathy, and compassion. Ceasefire is not just a concept, it's a lifeline. It's a chance to put an end to the pain of families, the chance to heal wounds that run deep, and the chance to rebuild shattered communities. Each vote in favor of a ceasefire is a vote for the innocent lives trapped in the crossfire, a vote for the future of humanity. Let us show the world that we are capable of empathy, that we value the lives of innocent children, regardless of their nationality, race, or beliefs. The decision you make today transcends over borders. It echoes in the hearts of those who have lost everything but hope. Choosing a ceasefire is not a sign of weakness, it's a testament to our strength. Let history remember us, not for our indifference, but for our courage to stand against injustice, for our commitment to preserving innocent lives, and for our unwavering pursuit for peace. Let us make the choice that resonates with the best of humanity. Let us vote yes for a ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Brett, and then Rabbi Nancy. But first, we're gonna hear from Ali.
My name is Ali Yusufi. I'm the Senior Policy Coordinator at the Council on American Islamic Relations, the largest Muslim-led civil rights organization in the country, and my chapter serves the residents of Stanton. I'm also an attorney, and I want to call out Mayor Schroyer for attempting to kill this resolution on a rule that was not invoked when a proclamation relating to violence in Iran was brought forth a few months ago. This is a 14th Amendment violation which guarantees equal protection under the law and due process. This means you cannot pick and choose when to apply a law when it suits you. That is discrimination. This is discrimination against the Palestinian residents of Stanton today. That is a blatant civil rights violation, and rest assured that we will be following up on this if you do not immediately retract your action to remove it from the agenda. If you want to vote down a resolution that's aim is to end the death and destruction in Gaza, then so be it. But don't think you can get off the hook with the technicality. This is not a controversial resolution. One side is asking for a stop to the violence and killing, and the other is asking for it to continue. One side is asking you to preserve life, and one is asking for the continuation to extinguish it. On October 7th, Hamas killed 1,200 people, innocent lives taken prematurely, and each of those victims has been avenged 15 times over. When is it enough? The rule that the mayor's side calls to stick to city issues, CARE LA has seen a 300% increase in discrimination by Muslim and Arabs directly connected to their experience expressing sympathy for Gaza. Over 180 documented cases of bullying in schools, doxing of students and employees losing their jobs or having their freedom of speech infringed upon. This is a local issue of concern, and you're using your voice tonight to express that you're not okay with the continued killing of innocent Palestinians, protects their safety, and keep xenophobia from being further emboldened xenophobes from being further emboldened to express hate towards Arabs and Muslims and Middle Eastern communities because our leaders won't say anything. Additionally, there's been several comments made that there was a ceasefire on October 6th, but if you go to the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, there's a very well-documented list of casualties on both sides. And up until October 6th of 2023, in the previous year, 600 Palestinians had been killed by the Israeli state. In comparison, about 50 Israelis had been killed, and those 50, from at least half of those casualties were attacks from settlers on people in the West Bank trying to defend their lands from the Israeli settlers. So it's just unfathomable to say that the peasants who are under a 17-year blockade, walled completely, were the ones to break the ceasefire, when up until a previous 12-month period, they were being killed continuously.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brett Nemeth. Last time I was here was when the late great Ed Royce Sr. was on your council. He was one of the ones who went to the concentration camps and rescued the Jews from concentration camps from World War II. And what Hamas wants to do is basically the same thing the Nazis did back then. And we have today organizations here like CARE that support Hamas. They were formed basically from Hamas. They're terrorist supporting organizations, and they come off as trying to act like a civil rights organization. But they actually support the terrorists. There's documents. When 9/11 happened, they were cheering for 9/11. When October 7th happened, they were cheering for October 7th. They're trying to represent something they're not. When I came here today, I'm walking through the halls, and there was a lady who was wearing a pink covering, and she pretended to be a representative of the city of Stanton, and then she told us that we had to go back, and we had to let the people that were coming go ahead of us, because they were planning to come ahead of us. They actually tried to keep us out of this room in front of you. And that's what happened. And we almost had, altercations out there because they were trying to keep us out of this room because they wanted to put a presentation in front of it. And it almost got really nasty. The only reason why we got in this room is because we were here and we stood our ground. And that's what's going on. And basically, that's what's going on. We're standing up here for freedom of speech. I don't know how Mr. Torres got involved in, bringing this resolution and stuff like that. But you have people that are keeping hostages, and when your family or people you support are taken, you want to get them back. And you'll do what you need to do to get them back. Israel does things like they'll knock on buildings and warn people, and they're going to attack, so those innocent civilians can get out, and the Hamas terrorists are trying to force people to keep there. Hamas is a terrorist organization. They wouldn't go for any ceasefire, as they've shown time and time again. They keep on attacking Israel and innocent civilians there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rabbi Nancy, followed by Adam and Manahil Awan.
Hi, I'm getting over a cold. I'm Rabbi Nancy Myers, and I've been serving the community here for 20 years, and there are a number of members of my synagogue who are residents of Stanton. Tonight, as we gather, is the 6th night of Hanukkah. The setting and time of this Jewish holiday is Israel, the 2nd century BCE. The accounts of this terrible time is documented by the Roman Jewish historian Josephus, and found the book of the Maccabees in the Apocrypha. The Syrian Greek king Antiochus IV persecuted the Jews during this horrifying time. It was a miracle that our people were able to survive and once again gain sovereignty in the land of Israel and worship at the temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah, like so many of our other holidays, commemorates how others wished to kill and destroy us, whether they were Pharaoh of Egypt, Haman of the Persians, Crusaders of the Middle Ages, Cossack pogroms in Ukraine, or Hitler of the 20th century, not to mention the expulsion of Jews from their places of birth where they lived for generations, including Spain, England, Portugal, Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Libya, and Morocco. I'm here, as you've been hearing, to raise awareness of the incredible suffering that occurred in Israel on October 7th. So let me go back to last February. I was in Israel on the border of the Gaza Strip last February with other Reform rabbis as part of the Central Conference of American Rabbis. There we met with head of the Kibbutzim Council, Ophir Lipstein. Ophir Lipstein was the second generation kibbutznik, and he had a vision of making life better for Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. He wanted to build a tech center on the border of the Gaza Strip so Palestinians could come there, have high-paying jobs, bring the work resources back into their community to better life for their people. He had already received a permit from the Israeli government to move forward with this. He was already ready to work on building a medical facility on the border as well. He had a vision of breaking the cycle of violence. Well, on October 7th, Hamas terrorists murdered him in his kibbutz, and his son was found lifeless in a field nearby. 3,000 Hamas terrorists infiltrated kibbutzim. This is where people live in communal harmony for the greater good of their community. Many have lived in these kibbutzim for generations. Hamas broke down the doors of their homes, shot parents in front of their children, raped women, burned whole families alive, and took grandparents, even Holocaust survivors, and children as young as 9 months old. They flung them over motorcycles, tossed them like luggage in the back of vehicles, and drove them into Gaza. 240 people were taken hostage, including 40 people from other countries, including Thailand, and even a young Palestinian resident of Jerusalem. Today, there are still 138 people being held. Do I have to stop already?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Lawan and Emma.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Adam Overton. I'm a part of the Orange County Jewish community, and I stand here tonight in solidarity with my Palestinian siblings and other Jews in urging you to vote in favor of Agenda Item 9A, or to reinstate it and vote yes on it, to support the proposed resolution to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I just want to start by saying this is not a partisan issue. This is a humanitarian issue. The international community did today a similar vote at the UN when 153 countries voted in favor of a ceasefire. Only 10 countries voted against the ceasefire. We're here in part because of the October 7 atrocity that Israelis experienced at the hands of Hamas. It was an historic attack that the world and Jews like myself will never forget. However, in response, Israel has launched a campaign to fight Hamas, the results of which have produced a war more shocking than just about anything we've ever seen. I want to remind folks that that's why we're here right now, and that's why people are calling for a ceasefire. What is happening is unbelievable. It is catastrophic on anything we could have imagined. Let me just paint a little bit of a picture. In the past 2 months, Israel's occupation forces have killed more than 20,000 innocent Palestinian civilians, nearly 70% of whom are women and children. Confidential Israeli military sources have confirmed that the IDF has approved bombings that they knew would kill nearly 100 civilians in order just to kill one Hamas commander. I would ask you to imagine in this space tonight, we've had about 100 people under IDF rules of engagement. If there were a terrorist underneath this building, the IDF could justify bombing this building with all of us in there, because we would be human collateral, we would be human shields. It's also worth noting that Israel has now killed more Palestinian women and children in the last 2 months than were killed in the last 20 years in the failed war in Afghanistan. This is not self-defense. This is not a just war. Human rights groups have described these as collective punishment and war crimes, and this violates my tenets and values as a Jew. And I ask you to reinstate the things to the agenda and vote yes.
Next speaker is Madam Lawan. Then we have Emma, and Hadass.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Minahil Awan, and I'm a policy fellow at the Council on American Islamic Relations Los Angeles, KRLA. And I would like to begin by thanking Councilmember Torres for bringing this resolution forward in support of the Palestinian people of Gaza and calling for an immediate ceasefire. I strongly urge all of you to support your colleague and pass this resolution. As pointed out by a previous speaker, no one condemned the attack on October 7th. I condemn the attack on October 7th. I also condemn Israel's constant attacks on Palestinian people and the stealing of Palestinian land that has occurred over and over again for the past 70 years. For over 2 months, the people of Gaza have endured relentless and indiscriminate bombing from the Israeli army that has taken over 20,000 lives. 20,000 lives. And out of those lives, 9,000 are children. You mentioned earlier that you needed more time to understand this issue. With all due respect, more than 9,000 children are dead and are continuing to die. What else do you need to understand the importance of calling for a ceasefire? This crisis isn't just a crisis in the Middle East, but it's a crisis that affects your constituents. KRLA has seen a striking rise in the domestic hate cases against the Palestinian and Muslim communities, especially here in Orange County. So it's very important that the city of Stanton stands on the right side of history tonight by passing this resolution and recognizing the suffering of the Palestinian people and calls for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Next speaker is Emma, then Hadass, and Mendel.
I'll set up COVID as Emma. My name is Emma, and I'm a Jew. And I have been worrying what to say for the last hour or so, hearing facts that are not facts and some sort of blatantly Islamophobic things, and some conflations of Zionism and Judaism, and I'm talking myself out of correcting some of those things to reframe the way in which at least I as a Jew have existed within this whole situation since October 7th. And I think that Jewry just in general, at least Gen X, you know, those who were born after 1967, I was raised to be afraid that everyone hated me for who I was. I grew up with pictures of dead bodies piled on top of each other in a children's book called We Remember the Holocaust. I had a t-shirt that said Israel is real and thought it was a play on words. I, had family who lived in Haifa. My cousin was born in Israel. Hebrew is her first language. And I was raised seeing it as this, peaceful paradise where the only place in the world where Jews are safe to be Jews. I didn't hear the word Palestinian for the first time until I was almost 30. The way that my generation, and at least my generation, the one before, was raised, we were raised with the phrase, a land with no people for a people with no land. Through the 70s and 80s, Palestinians were not referred to as Palestinians in Israel, they were referred to as Arab Israelis. We've been taken advantage of by a really targeted and selfish campaign from Israel, from the Zionist right wing, to keep us afraid, to keep us traumatized, to remind us of how much trauma that we've been in, so that our responses to things like piles of dead bodies in Gaza, that a lot of people don't even see, because in social media, your algorithm is self-confirming. So if you don't look for it, you don't see it. we're responding to that with a trauma response. And there's no amount of fact discussion that can change that. I just hope that we all see that our liberation depends on Palestinian liberation and liberation of everyone.
Thank you. And speakers with us. Then we have Mendel and Danya.
Hi, my name is Hadas Devere. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I get quick because a lot of my friends here said a lot of things that I wanted to say. I grew up in Israel. I had to walk to school with a gas mask. I had to sit in a shelter during Desert Storm. So I have experience with this kind of stuff. My family is in Israel, and they have to go to bomb shelters every day. And I have a family that was taken hostage by Hamas to Gaza. And one of them is still there. He's 79 years old, and nobody has seen him, and we don't know what's going on with him. One of my family members was murdered by Hamas on October 7th. And I want to remind the people in here who are calling for ceasefire, Hamas and the Palestinians could have a ceasefire tomorrow if Hamas returns the hostages. Don't expect Israel to just stand there, do nothing. When we have people there, family members, think about it if it was your family. This woman here that I'm holding her picture, she was abducted and she was murdered in Gaza, and Hamas is holding her corpse. What kind of people do that? Okay? So, don't call on Israel for a ceasefire. Call on Hamas for a ceasefire. That's what I'm saying. Also, I'm just telling you guys, as far as passing this resolution, all it's going to do is just divide us even further. We're already feeling the wave of anti-Semitism. I'm afraid for my girls to go to college. There's anti-Semitism on campuses. It's unbelievable. And all you're going to do with this resolution is just make us feel even worse, even more threatened, discriminated against. And it's really not in the scope of the city to do that, because this is happening miles and miles away from here. So thank you.
Speakers are Mendel, Danya, and Aman. So Mendel?
I already spoke, I think I do it again if you want.
Danya? Danya?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dear council members, I am a resident of the city of Stanton. I was born in Anaheim. I went to high school in Cypress. I went to university in Irvine, and Orange County is my home, but my heart is in Palestine. My heart is with the people of Gaza, whose misery across the world is being broadcasted to the phones in our pockets. And my body is here in these chambers standing before you, but my heart, mind, and soul are in Palestine, as I'm sure many of the people in these chambers feel the same way. Do you know how many times I've called and emailed my Congress representatives? How many times I've been ignored by them? I'm beyond frustrated by my representatives as a constituent. And each time they ignore me, the message is clear: my voice doesn't matter. However, according to a survey by Data for Progress, 61% of Americans across all parties, across various age groups, support a ceasefire in Gaza. That's majority of Americans. They support the end of the Israeli siege on Gaza. And yet, our Congress leaders are ignoring the voices of the people they swore to serve. But that does not dissuade me or millions of other Americans. So we go out on the streets, we share Palestinian testimonies, we march to Washington, we sign petitions, we even email the United Nations. And now we stand in the remaining space where our voices can be heard by our leaders, the city councils. I want to stress how important it is why we are here today in the city councils.
And that is because our government leaders are ignoring us. And, this is one of the only places we have left to express our concerns for our communities. And we say, City of Stanton, join our call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. When we say end the oppression of Palestinians, we mean to end the oppression of all people around the world. And I know some people today have equated us with Hamas members. We're anti-Hamas, and I'm sure many of us are anti-Hamas. Just because we want peace and we want a ceasefire does not mean that we hate Jewish people or that we're anti-Semitic. We will call out the state of Israel for when they commit war crimes. And it's not just us who are saying it. We have human rights groups who are saying it. We have United Nations, that group is saying it. It's not just us. On Saturday, during a pro-Palestinian protest in front of Disney, I was surprised to see Santa Ana member Benjamin Velasquez, the council member. He went to the stage and he spoke in solidarity with the Palestinian movement and a ceasefire to Gaza. And when I saw that, I was moved. I felt hopeful again, that there was somebody, a leader in our government, no matter local, state, whatever, that supported us. And I'm asking you now to support us for a call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Lina, Lina, and Esti. Omar.
That's right.
Amar Musa.
Good evening, thank you for having me. So my name is Ahmed Musa. I'm a resident of Stanton, and I, as well as many others over here, came today to urge you to vote for a ceasefire in Gaza. Over 20,000 innocent people have been killed. And they are not just statistics, they are people like you and I, people that had hopes and dreams, people that wanted to be liberated, to be free from the Israeli occupation. Israel has been committing these war crimes for the past 75 years, since 1948, since the Nakba, or the catastrophe. They have been committing war crimes, such as crimes against humanity, illegal settlements, bombing civilian populations, the use of white phosphorus, which dissolves your skin to the bone, and millions of Palestinians have been displaced in the past 75 years. Now let that sink in. These are not statistics. These are real people just like you and I. And to those who say that this is not a genocide, that this is a war, this is not a war, this is a genocide. A war requires two military powers to fight one another. Palestinians do not have a military power. They're not allowed to. They're not allowed to self-govern. They're not allowed to have their own legal state. Everything is controlled by the state of Israel. This is genocide and this is ethnic cleansing. As a Palestinian American, along with millions of other Americans, 60% of Americans here, we agree to a ceasefire, and I hope you guys would agree as well. We cannot stay silent to the atrocities that Israel commits on a daily basis. We cannot stay silent when the US sends billions of dollars from our taxpayer money to support genocide. I have family in Palestine, and they have to live under this occupation in fear of being bombed or being killed by an Israeli sniper or being run over by a bulldozer. These are all true. I've seen videos of them. However, it seems like Palestinian lives don't matter here. They don't matter to the world, and nothing is being done for a ceasefire. Imagine if it was your child or your loved one who's under the rubble, suffocating. Imagine if it was your grandchild or your parents being killed by such injustice. You wouldn't sit here and just stay silent. My time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lina, Lina. No last name? Thank you. And then Esty Chandler. And the next speaker is Ahmad, the next one. And Jessica Moss.
Hi, my name is Esty Chandler. I represent the many supporters of Jewish Voice for Peace Action here in Stanton. We could not be happier than to see that the city of Stanton is taking up a resolution in solidarity with the Palestinian people of Gaza and supporting Representative Cori Bush's congressional resolution calling for an immediate de-escalation and ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine in order to save every human life possible, whether they be innocent civilians in Gaza or Jewish captives in Gaza or the hundreds of innocent Palestinian children that are now being held in Israeli prisons with no charges against them in something Israel calls administrative detention. We know that the city of Stanton passing such a resolution can literally save lives. Since the horrific events of October 7th, Israel's occupation forces have killed more than 20,000 innocent Palestinian civilians, nearly 70% of whom are women and children. Human rights organizations the world over have described these bombing campaigns as collective punishment and war crimes. And yet, they are still being endorsed and funded by our government. Additionally, Israeli government officials have ordered that all water, power, food, and medical supplies be halted from going into Gaza since October 7th, and they control all access to and from the besieged enclave, which of course is collective punishment. As much as half of the population in Gaza is now lacking the basic needs to survive. The doctors from the humanitarian organizations are reporting that people in Gaza are now dying of hunger and starvation. As you are aware, many Orange County families, including numerous Stanton residents, have family members in Palestine living under Israeli occupation and are greatly impacted by the ongoing genocide that's taking place in Gaza. That's not a hyperbole. Every major human rights organization in the world has shown that what we are watching live on TV is in fact a genocide.
Thank you.
Then we have Jessica Moss and Rashad, no last name, Rashad.
Good evening. I am here to express my support for ceasefire now. The narrative of the media for over 75 years has been one-sided. The pro-Israeli narrative, the torture of the Palestinians, and the inhumane treatment of the Palestinian people has gone too far for over 75 years. Is this acceptable to you? This story, this narrative is finally coming up to the surface, where people in the world taking marches against this genocide, against this torture, against this inhumane treatment of the Palestinian people. What we have seen, the story does not begin on October 7th, although October 7th was terrible. But the terrible story and the horrific stories has been ongoing. The atrocities, the torture of kids, of people taken to jails, in Israeli jails, for over 75 years without any charge. Most of them, They take it to jail, torture in jail, and people don't know about it until now. Now people are waking up to the truth, okay? Can you believe it? Right after October 7th, Gallant, the defense minister of Israeli government, he came up and he said, no food, no water, no electricity to the Palestinian people in Gaza. Is this acceptable to you? How can we accept in the world in 2023 people accept such inhumane treatment? Are these 2.3 million people Hamas people? How can we accept, if we have a heart, the treatment of Palestinian people with this oppression, with this inhumane treatment for over 75 years? This is unacceptable. It has to stop now. Finally, we start seeing some signs, and you might hear today that President Biden, he is saying, let's stop this, bombing everywhere. They have bombed hospitals, schools, mosques, all the worship places. Is this acceptable to you? This is inhumane. This has to stop, and we need to have a ceasefire and peace and fair treatment to the Palestinian people. Thank you.
We have Rashad and Kayla.
First, I want to acknowledge that multiple people that are in favor of this resolution have condemned the actions of Hamas, so I don't want that to go without being acknowledged. Hello, good evening. My name is Dr. Jessica Spence-Moss, and I am here as a mother and a friend, a Christian and a human, to ask the Stanton City Council to support the resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Palestine. I am not Palestinian, I am not Muslim, I am not Jewish, I am not Israeli, but I have friends that are, and some of them are here tonight, and I hope that they understand what I'm trying to say and what this statement is for. I have friends that are hurting, that are scared, and that have lost loved ones. People say that this situation is complicated. It is not. People are dying, children are dying, collective punishment is being used to implement a genocide. People say that the solution is complicated. It is not. We demand an immediate ceasefire. I am here to ask the city of Stanton to be an example to the rest of Orange County, to the state of California, and to our nation by standing on the side of life, empathy, and compassion by calling for an immediate ceasefire. As a mother, I often tell my fighting children to just stop it. And as a Christian and as a friend, my responsibility is now to speak out for peace and justice. So I call for a ceasefire. As a Christian, I am required to expand my moral boundaries beyond the immediacy of my family to address the needs and hurts of people geographically distant from myself. So I call for a ceasefire. We are made different so that we might know one another. So I call for a ceasefire. Anti-Semitism is real. Islamophobia is real. Hate and fear of the other is real. They are the result of feeling threatened and of being anti-enemy instead of pro-humanity. How do we address it? We listen to those that are different from ourselves, which is hard to do when there are bombs and airstrikes and snipers. So we call for a ceasefire. We live into our values of protecting the vulnerable. So I call for a ceasefire. We take accountability for our actions that have caused harm. So we call for a ceasefire. We strive to repair the world. So we call for a ceasefire. We condemn any form of direct, structural, or cultural violence. So we call for a ceasefire. We lead with love and nonviolence. We lead with hope and not despair. So we call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Rashad? Is there another Rashad in the room? No? So we have Kayla? And then after Kayla, we have Fernando and Mo.
Hello, council members. My name is Kayla Sato. I'm the political director at Orange County Environmental Justice. We are the only county-wide environmental justice organization in Orange County, and we focus on environmental pollutants, environmental racism, settler colonialism of the Tonga and Haudenosaunee people, and working to bring justice to communities impacted by all of this. I have submitted a letter on behalf of my organization and several other DJ organizations in support of item 9A. You might be wondering what an international humanitarian crisis has to do with environmental justice in Orange County. That's okay. I won't take time from my comment to quote what I already wrote in my letter, but I'll give a quick summary. Starting with an explanation of situation, how the atrocities include over 23,000 Palestinians murdered, including over 9,000 children. We talk about the displacement of 1.8 million people. That's 82% of the population of Gaza. While we also talk about the conditions of the open-air prison, where it's Amnesty International use, the use of collective punishment, act described by Israeli officials and stated by the UN, and the forced displacement of the Palestinian people. We also talk about how the polluters that often destroy our communities are the same military arms manufacturers that are supplying the Israeli government the weapons to commit genocide. We talk about the long-lasting harm to Gaza infrastructure, similar to how they're destroying our local water basins. People often do land acknowledgements, saying that we are on the untreated lands of the Tonga and Haudenosaunee people. That happened because of settler colonialism, and now the same thing is happening with the Israeli settlements. Now they're moving past the violent settlements and committing a genocide, killing children, and abducting innocent civilians. We conclude the letter by reaffirming our call for a ceasefire. People are dying, we need to act tonight. I would also like to address some of the concerns presented by the mayor that are considered partisan in his acts or attention. What does partisan mean when one side ignores facts? The resolution has sources to back up. The resolution cites numbers, makes mentions of what the UN has said. If anything, we can add to the first part of the resolution, citing various sources such as stated by the Jerusalem Post, 1,200 Israelis were killed by Hamas. As stated by Reuters and the Gaza Health Ministry, over 17,000 Palestinians were killed. As stated by Human Rights Watch, over 5,500 children were killed. And these are all outdated numbers, by the way. The second part of the resolution, with the calls to action, sound pretty balanced and nonpartisan to me. And also in response to the direct impact on Satin residents, to the environmental justice impacts from the Taliban screen, likely caused by the military weapons manufacturing companies in Huntington Beach, oil drilling companies in neighboring West County, constitute direct impact. Many of these companies directly contribute to the crisis. Does the safety of Palestinians, Muslims, Arab Americans, and everyone who has spoken today not constitute direct impact to Satin residents? Thank you for your time, and please vote.
Our next speaker is Fernando. Then we have Mo and Charles.
Yes, sir. As I was waiting here with my comment, I heard a few comments that I wanted to address here. One was from a man earlier who spoke about an analogy saying if Mexico were to send rockets to U.S. territory, the U.S. would respond in kind to what Israel is doing to the people of Gaza. When he said that, I thought about my family living in Mexico and how I would feel knowing that there's bombs being dropped on my innocent family members, my grandma, my aunts, because of something that some militants might have done in Mexico to attack the U.S. And I would hope that our country and that people here would speak out against that kind of ruthless violence against our neighbors across the border, my family members. There was another woman here in the audience, I won't point her out, but when someone was speaking about how Palestinian children are labeled as future terrorists by some on the side of against the ceasefire, she said they're not future terrorists, they're current terrorists. That's the kind of dehumanizing language that people here consistently have to hear when we're speaking out against barbarity of what's happening to people in Gaza. There was one more woman, again, I won't name her, but she was saying, you know, it's really annoying to see that all these people are coming here to speak in support of a ceasefire resolution. This isn't a city matter. To her, I would say, no one here wants to be here. None of the people in the audience here who are speaking out for the ceasefire are happy to be here. Take time out of your day here. But when it's been more than 2 months, and we approach congressional members, we approach members of the Senate, we write letters to the president, the UN votes to call for a ceasefire, and our own UN ambassador, one of the 15 members on the UN Security Council, uses the veto power that the United States has to block 13 out of 15 members voted, one person abstained, the United States uses their veto power. We're begging anyone with a platform, anyone with influence, anyone with power to use their voice to speak out against what's happening. There was mention about a policy, and it's making proclamations that aren't necessarily pertaining to local issues. I mentioned in there that it discourages the council from supporting any resolutions pertaining to religious or partisan issues. And despite the narrative that you might have been presented with, this is not a holy war. It's not a holy conflict. This is a humanitarian crisis. This is an occupying country who is brutalizing a civilian population. I've asked people who are against the ceasefire, how many children? There has to be a red line, right? We have to get Hamas. I understand if they see this as an existential issue. We have to capture Hamas as a terrorist organization. How many children are they going to sacrifice? What is their red line? Half the population of Gaza is children. 1 million dead children. Is that okay with you? So again, I understand the position you're in. I understand it's not an easy position. But I urge you, please support this resolution for the sake of my friends here who have had to deal with dehumanizing rhetoric in the party. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mo, then we have Charles, and I think it's Fatma. So Mo, please. Mo here? Okay, let's go to the back and we'll give them a chance. The next speaker is Charles. Charles?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for listening to all of us. I wish I didn't feel that I have to be here to talk about a war. But it was a war that commenced after an attack by terror, the capturing of hostages that was horrendous, even in comparison to the worst war violence that we see, unfortunately, every day on our television. Now the war to stop such attacks happening again is raging in a heavily populated region. The terrorists that conducted the attacks are operating and firing missiles directly from or as close to schools, mosques, hospitals, as well as residential areas, and the loss of human lives and property is happening during responses to the attacks and as a result of operations to eliminate the terrorists. The Council's resolution calls for a ceasefire, but it doesn't condition it on negotiations for the release of the hostages. We know nothing about their condition. Hamas, who holds most of the hostages, denied the International Red Cross access to the hostages, citing excuses that can easily be overcome and quickly eliminated, and essentially they are just excuses. The City Council vows to combat anti-Semitism, and it's appreciated. But the lack of support for the release of the hostages of all ages taken at gunpoint and held without any regard for the verification of their status is a crime and should be called out as such by the resolution, and therefore I no way can support the resolution. If you must propose a resolution about this tragedy that's occurring in Gaza, then stand with all the victims.
Thank you. Our next speaker is either Fatma or Fatma, and then we have Nadia next.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I am here today as a Palestinian American and educator. with over 17 years of experience. And I deeply appreciate your decision to consider this call for a ceasefire, to acknowledge the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. I want to be clear that I'm not here to convince you, as history will remember your choice if you decide to join the global movement that culminated in the UN General Assembly vote calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. For us, the ceasefire resolution is symbolic. We Palestinians have been dehumanized, and our lives seemingly do not matter, as evidenced by the fact that when Palestinians are murdered, not die, in Gaza are murdered, their stories are rarely acknowledged or amplified. It is in this context that I unequivocally declare that what's happening in Gaza is a horrific and brutal genocide. The actions of the Israeli occupation forces, not Israelis, the Israeli occupation forces are a clear and deliberate attempt to ethnically displace and genocide Palestinians. This represents an unequivocal reality of violent occupation and oppression, and no amount of gaslighting or lying will change that fact. Advocating for a ceasefire in a free Palestine, where Palestinians have mobility and equal rights akin to Israelis, does not equate to anti-Semitism, nor does it call for violence against Jews. As a Muslim, my love and respect for my Jewish brothers and sisters is profound, and I am deeply moved by the solidarity shown by Jewish Voices for Peace, and If Not Now, with my people and my family. On October 28, in his resignation letter, Craig McCarver, a senior United Nations official, raised the alarm about an unfolding genocide in Gaza. We are witnessing a genocide in Gaza. As someone who has dedicated their life to education, the massacre and maiming of so many children, over 9,000, has been heart-crushing and painful. These children represent a future that has been cruelly snatched away. The ongoing violence has devastated Gaza civilian infrastructure, homes, schools, medical facilities, casualties, immeasurable suffering. I really have no more words, honestly. I think I'm in shock by the ongoing genocide that's going on in Gaza. Again, not here to convince you, because history will remember you. Please do the right thing. Voting for a ceasefire, it's symbolic. There may not be an immediate ceasefire, but at least you'll be standing in the right side of history. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up is Nadia. Then we have Michael and
Honorable council members, my name is Nadia. I am with Lawyers Against Genocide. Cessation of hostilities is an essential first step for the creation of a durable and lasting peace for this mess that the U.S. finds ourselves embroiled in. Thousands of Americans and people all over the world have taken to the streets to call for a ceasefire. We ask you to stand with the people. The cities of Oakland, Richmond, Cudahy, Seattle, Atlanta, Detroit, Akron, Providence, and Wilmington have already passed ceasefire resolutions. We will not be alone. A national poll from Reuters found that 68% of Americans support a ceasefire. We ask you to join the majority of Americans, the majority of the constituents. 12/12 is a moment in history. Today, hundreds of countries spoke to the need for a diplomatic solution. Today, the UN General Assembly passed the resolution calling for ceasefire, with 153 countries voting for the resolution. Today, hundreds of civil rights organizations and constituents all across the country, all across California, participated in a statewide day of action at offices to Senator Pia statewide to call on our senators to support a ceasefire. There is a place for Stanton to take a stand, make a choice. Which side of history do you want to stand on? The majority of our community is already on this side, calling for a ceasefire. The least we can do is encapsulate our hope for the future, the city's forward-thinking vision for our collective future, that we stand for all individuals who want peace, who prioritize the cessation rather than an escalation of violence, who call for funding to healthcare, housing, our country's local economy, rather than sending billions to a foreign military. We call on our elected officials at every level to be courageous and actually represent us and represent the voices that want funding to go to local bodies rather than outside the United States. I urge you to actually vote on the resolution. What is different about the violence upon the people of Gaza is that the U.S. is directly funding it, and is in so doing depriving us of our taxpayer money to something that the majority of Americans do not agree with. Redirecting funds to our own
country directly helps the city of Stanton and is directly in our city's interest. To the argument that the city cannot support one community and condemn violence, that's exactly what this council did in March 2023. And I quote, "The city council received consensus and directed staff to proceed with the creation of a proclamation in support of the Iranian American community condemning the violence perpetrated by the government of Iran." If this city council does not put this to a vote, this would amount to a violation of the 14th Amendment. If you do take this off based on the council stating that they will not side with one particular community over another, this body is on the record that it is not treating constituents in the same manner as other people in similar conditions and circumstances. It is a clear example of providing due process to one community and not another. It is depriving this community of due process. I urge you to correct course and put this forward for a vote. It is consistent with the city's current issuance practice, and changing this now would be inconsistent application of the rules. It would even be considered changing the rules to deprive one community of due process after applying the rule in favor of another community just months before.
And then Ahmad and Wayne.
Thank you all for evidence and for the presentation.
Is that the microphone a little bit closer to you? Thank you so much.
Thank you all for the presentation. I know we're not from the area. I'm asking you to announce that they will repeat it October 7th again and again and again until Israel is gone. What is it not supposed to do? Wait for the next time? It is impossible for you, council members, to understand the region or the cultures that are involved in this conflict. You're not equipped to judge the situation. You cannot distinguish the truths from the lies and the facts from the fiction. And there are a lot of things in this thing. I grew up in the 1960s in Israel. I'm sorry, I'm shaking. As children, we had this slogan, "Don't touch, it might hurt." We were taught from a very young age that you don't pick anything from the floor, even and especially if it looks fancy. It might blow up your little hand. Pens, wallets, toys, you do not touch. You call an adult, stay a distance, and you keep other children away. Things didn't change when I grew up. Schools were attacked, buses were bombed, restaurants exploded. Life in the shadow of terror. As bizarre as it might sound, it became our routine. You get extra vigilant. You call for police when you see a bag in a bus stop or a person with long sleeve vest in the middle of the sunny day. You automatically open your purse or your bag in the entrance to the mall or to the restaurant or to the theater or to the supermarket. It's like your second nature. When I came here to the States, the first thing I do when I go into a place, I open my purse and they don't understand what I'm doing. When I had my kids, fear became more apparent. I wouldn't stop my car next to a bus in a red light. I would also always stay a little behind and on a different lane because buses have the tendency to explode. How many of you think how to escape a terror attack on your daily lives and know every bomb shelter on your way home? How many of you left the hospital with a newborn equipped with a gas protecting tent for the baby until he will be old enough to use a gas mask? I did. How many of you have a safe room in their home where you have 45 seconds to enter when the alarm sound is in the air before?
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ahmad. Then we have Wayne and Moratasa, Yanni.
My name is Ahmad. I'm a Stanford resident. I go to Palestinian refugee in Lebanon. we are still in my sisters and brothers, they are still in refugee camp. Even though I am now American citizen, I'm having a Palestinian refugee ID in the United Nations. Palestinian refugee. So the problem is not Hamas. The problem is occupation since 1948. And since then, the problem is still there till now. So now we are, so this is the root cause of the problem. It is not Hamas issue. The issue is the occupation. So now we urge swift and decisive action to halt the ongoing violence and repression in Gaza. And please understand that we are speaking in constitution to want more peaceful resolution to this conflict. We call for the accountability of all parties for the potential war crimes and collective punishment fair international human rights standard. I want to say something that we have no problem with Jews because before 1948, there is Palestinian Jews, Christian, Muslim, they been living together without any problem. And even till these days, I used to have friends from Jews families. They used to come from Chicago, and the first thing they do, they stop by my wife and my kids, and we used to eat together and have fun together. So we have no problem with the Jews. The problem is with the Zionists. Zionist plan, this is what they did, and this is, they have their own agenda, and it is not the Palestinian who caused the Holocaust. It is the German Nazis, not the Palestinian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we have Moa Gassam, Danny, and then Mo.
Dear Stanton Council members, dear Mayor Sherbert, my pronunciation right. I got to know there is one hearing, public hearing here in City Council around 5:30. I think that I don't have enough time to prepare a very formal speech. But I just want to say something from the bottom of my heart. You can see me. I'm not Palestinian. I'm not Jew. Okay, I'm Asian. And but my heart, my mind, my soul always with Jews. It doesn't mean I stand with Jews. I just always stand with justice and the righteousness. And I want to make an example. In your family, if you have 2 kids, and one of them always demand, always crying for food, would you be a parent give that crying baby more food than the other? For me, I always treat them same. Never just treat one different only because he cries or she cries a lot, demand a lot. And today I feel so sorry that one group of people, they don't feel any sorry, they don't have any sympathy, they don't have the minimum moral or whatever happened in Gaza, in Israel, on October 7th. And they doing such a horrible thing to the innocent civilians. They intentionally kill and torture civilians. And right now they use confuse us with different standards. There is war in Gaza. When we have war, you can be avoided to have some civilians involved to be killed. But it's totally different. I know clearly the Israel soldiers take every measurement to protect innocent civilians. And the day before yesterday, at midnight, Hamas sent one of the girl, only 4 years old, Palestinian girl, and trying to try if the Israel soldiers not aware of it, and the Hamas should take some advantage. But the Israel soldiers found that baby girl and hold him, not do anything, not shoot her. But in case shoot her, there was all much noise will think the Israel killed the innocent people. I want to, instead of kind of like have the resolution of the, ceasefire, until last time Hamas is terminate, no ceasefire.
Moatasam or Danny? I'm gonna move him back, but I know he's in the lobby. Mo? Again, calling for Mo. And then we have Nicholas Dibbs.
Mayor Schauber, members of the council, my name is Nicholas Dibbs. I'm a teacher and an educator. About 29 years ago, I went over there with a delegation of 23 of us, led by Dr. Landrum Bowling of a university. And so I have an in-depth understanding of this issue. And I've sent all of you an email with a bunch of attachments and stuff. But I will say this, silence is complicity. At Cypress College, we had Dr. Daniel Siegel speak on this issue back in April of 2022. He's a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, as I am. I only speak for myself, but what I do say is silence is complicity, and we as Americans and you as council members and representing the city, you need to err on the side of stopping the carnage, not allowing it to continue. And our government has been, for over 75 years, has been allowing this. I'm going to read a letter dated April the 10th, 1948 from Albert Einstein. He had studied this issue. He penned it from Princeton University. And he was asked to support the Zionist movement, and he was in opposition to it, and he quote, and it's in your email that I sent you. When a real and final catastrophe should befall us in Palestine, the first responsible for it would be the British, and the second responsible for it, the terrorist organizations built up from among our own ranks. I'm not willing to see anybody associated with these misled criminal people. So he was against the Zionist movement. He understood history. I'm a science teacher, but I tell people, my students that I have, that the people I talk to, history is the most important subject because we need to avoid the mistakes of the past. We need to be peacemakers, as from Matthew 5:9, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. So I urge you to pass this resolution, and I thank you for taking the time to have it on your agenda. It's important. I want to bring to your attention also in the email that you received, 2 statements from Veterans for Peace. Veterans for Peace are veterans who fought in the wars, and they are recommending, and they're passionate, saying we need to stop this because it can spin out of control. When you study World War I, it started small, but it embroiled the whole world eventually, or most of the world. So we need to be peacemakers. Whether you're Democrats or Republican, doesn't matter. We got to stop the killing, and I urge you to please go with caution and pass this resolution. Thank you very much.
For Danny? Mr. Mayor, that is all the speaker cards that I have in my possession, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, he's going to open up.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward.
Please come forward, sir. And then you just ask that you state your name and you do have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Forgive my nervousness. This is my first time addressing the council. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come up and speak. And I not only want to thank you for the opportunity, I want to thank all of the people who, no matter whether I disagree or agree with you, your passion, your knowledge, everything that you brought to the table here tonight, is greatly appreciated. And whether you say history will remember even today. And I just wanted to say, in the greatest of respect to everyone who spoke here tonight, that, for my Jewish colleagues, I say shalom. For you, I'm not going to insult you by poorly saying assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. And that if we really give this some thought, I want to take the opportunity to echo some of the words of Rabbi Peter Levy. Excuse my voice. But I want to start by asking this question. Councilmember Torres, is there mention in this resolution in regards to the occurrences of October 7th? Okay, that's the first word. The first whereas.
It's the first thing.
Explains that.
Clearly.
Absolutely, and that's greatly appreciated. But as was stated by Rabbi Levy, what goes forward from there, it asks for a ceasefire. Now, I may be naive, I may be idealistic, but I've lived 60 years, and every time that there was a ceasefire to some major conflict, part of that ceasefire involved the bringing together of respective leaders on both sides, forcing them to the table and encouraging that form of a ceasefire. Now, instead of just talking about, everything that is happening on one side or the other, because in Jewish philosophy, one life represents an entire world. And so I'm not going to play math with the numbers here, but every life that has been lost throughout this conflict is important. And just as important is the necessity for a resolution. Just imagine having a resolution that just doesn't demand a ceasefire, but demands that the leaders of both sides come to the table to create a ceasefire. It's great and it's idealistic to imagine that we here can make a difference, that we can make a difference by saying, let's take a ceasefire. Let's make that resolution right down the middle, fair for everyone, and bring the leaders to the table to create that ceasefire. Thank you all very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this time before I close the hearing on item 9A? Okay, I'll bring it back. There is a motion on the table. The motion, let me read it one more time. It's been made and seconded. It was a motion to move forward with item number 9A because it violates our city council policy on proclamations and resolutions. We did have a 4-to-1 vote that indeed it does violate it. Therefore, I'm going to ask at this time the city clerk to take a roll call vote on my motion that was seconded not to move forward with item 9A at this time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I believe the first item at the start was the motion that clarified the order. There was a vote for one that this resolution on the agenda violated the city's proclamation policy. And so to make the record clear, perhaps we can, parse it out. So that was the first part. And the understand correctly, the mayor's motion to not move forward with tonight's resolution that's listed on the agenda due to it being a violation of the city's proclamation. Is that accurate?
It was seconded by council.
And for clarification, if someone can clarify whether that was a second or not.
I have recorded as, no one has pointed, it was for point of order, to request that if this is not adhering to the city's administrative policy, that's what we did the roll call vote on. So our next one would be Mayor Chavez call for the question not to move forward.
And not to adopt the resolution. And yes, and as I was reminded, what I had said earlier was, once that motion had passed and was completed, and my suggestion would be that there would be a vote on the resolution, like, that first motion. So I leave that to the city council on the actual resolution regarding, what this is.
Are we able to change some of the wording in the resolution?
Mayor and council, that is up to the city council's pleasure. Yes.
After
bathroom break? Okay.
Okay, if we change the word resolution, that has to be presented right to the city clerk and then brought back to the city manager. So in the future, if we want to do that, that's our process under our policy.
Correct, and then Ms. Van did provide us with a copy of that resolution.
The one that we're discussing tonight is a duplicate of the Cudahy policy proclamation, as word for word as it was written.
Good question. How long does it take for like policy to I guess start?
Mayor and council, the policy that we have right now is 11-2-7 that was approved at the last meeting on November 28, 2023. Policies typically take effect immediately.
I have a question. Why can't this council vote to simply not move forward with the vote on 9A if the majority doesn't want to do it?
I'm not sure if the majority that doesn't want to do that.
I didn't say that. I said if the majority of the council would want to. That's what I'm asking. In other words, if a majority of the city council would like to not vote on this and not move on with item 9A, I was wondering if a vote could be taken for that motion.
Mr. Mayor, why won't you take a position on this?
I beg your pardon?
Why won't you take a position on this, may I ask?
I would need a ruling from the city attorney.
Mayor and council, there is council policy, and certainly one of the options that are provided in the policy is that neither can be tabled, and that could be or continued table could be indefinite or to a point certain. Certainly at this point, in terms of taking action on the resolution, that is solely up to the discretion of the city council tonight, and so whatever the city council's pleasure is, certainly be not taking action on the resolution as well. When we're required to take a vote, choosing to abstain is basically saying you don't want to. You can still do the vote, and if you want to, you can choose to abstain. Yes, that's my understanding, right? Mayor and council, the city does not have a policy on abstentions. Certainly that is an option for council members to abstain. In order for a resolution to be legal, right, to move forward, it needs a majority vote.
Okay, I'd like to go back to my original motion.
Mr. Mayor, why won't you take a position on this?
You're welcome.
Well,
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to make a motion not to move forward with item number 9A because it violates our city council policy on proclamations. And therefore, we would not be taking a vote on it, and it would not be held tonight. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said before, Mr. Mayor, you can please explain why you want to.
Yeah, I've already taken my position. It violates the city council's policy on proclamations.
Sorry, sir, I'm talking about the conflict going on, about the resolution itself.
That's my point.
So your point is that it just violates our policy, that's it?
Yeah, look, when you have a policy that's voted on by all 5 city council members, it's very difficult for us to violate or to go against a policy that we've established. And we established a policy on how proclamations are awarded and what the polling process is.
So I'm sorry, but when I brought up the resolution to condemn the government of Iran, we had no conversation whatsoever around this issue. Why is it that automatically, right, now all of a sudden, these critiques are on the table when before they were nowhere to be seen?
Well, and let me refresh your memory. Whenever we did that, or whenever we did that, I don't recall it. That was before we had a policy. Now we have a policy.
So before you would take position.
We have a
okay, so then
policy.
you
We
won't.
now have a policy. We did not have a policy until this policy was established 2 weeks ago.
But you're okay taking a position last time, right?
I'm taking position on the policy that was recently established. In other words, if there's a law and somebody breaks it, but you haven't established that law, you can't punish that person. But if they break or become the law after that, then they become accountable.
Look, like, I mean, somebody from the audience even said that this move might be unconstitutional.
You know what?
Well, we don't have to follow it though. We, as the council, we choose not to follow the rules.
That's why I asked for, yeah, Gary, that's why I asked for a second.
We already had a second, we already voted on it.
No, that's.
No, I'm talking about voting on,
This, I know, but on the policy, we already.
Policy's done.
Yeah.
policy's done. Now I
We can violate it if we want.
now I'd like to get a second. Gary, I'd like to get a second if I can on my motion that we do not move forward with item 9A. And then we can take a vote on, or we cannot do it. It's up to you.
I asked for a substitute. Council, yes, the city's parliamentary procedure allows for substitutions. After hearing so many people tonight and reading hundreds and hundreds of emails and all these conversations, I want to say thank you guys for setting the frame to share perspective. So important. Hear from everyone, and I'm hearing that a lot of you guys feel voiceless, like you're not being heard. Feel like you're trying to reach out to everyone you can, anyone who has a platform, and they're not. That's why you're using city council as your place to voice all the injustices, for all the hate, everything that you're saying is not that. And I understand that, and I understand why you guys are doing it. I also feel that this resolution, even if some folks think it's not divisive, it is. You can see it in this room, it's very divisive. And I can see that there is a lack of unity in our community on this resolution.
Councilmember Ellis, apart from the political audience, is there anything concrete that would call this divisive?
Yes. So I'm asking that perhaps as a council, consider an alternate resolution that I hope will address some of the verbiage in the original resolution that folks have been saying is hurtful or is not accurate, or perhaps we are not able to ascertain the impacts of our vote tonight because of our lack of expertise. I know that a lot of times, especially with this policy, it says that we should focus on local issues. We should focus on issues that pertain to our STAMP community. And I can hear from, I think there are maybe almost a dozen STAMP residents here today giving their point. So I know that this is an issue that affects Stanton residents, be it, because their family is abroad or because they themselves are traumatized by what they're seeing as an attack on their identity. So I also want to say that as a council, we have to always think about how do you balance
the resources that you have in a small city like Stanton, with involvement in international issues, and also not diverting attention and resources from pressing local concerns. And if you had a chance to look at the agenda, we have a ton of other things that we're not able to address yet because we're spending 3 hours trying to figure out this where we can stand on this issue.
So, if I may butt in, we could do two things at once, that's not impossible. Second, look, you say that this is divisive, but for what reason? We have people literally conflating Hamas with Palestinians, and then we sit here thinking that's okay. I mean, like, you say that we don't make partisan decisions, but literally every decision we make up here is partisan. When we take a position up here, there are people who are against that position that we take, and that's what makes it partisan. So I honestly feel like you're trying to explain how this is a principled stance based off of this policy. Yet a couple months ago, you had no problem condemning the government in Iran. So I don't understand what happened, what changed.
I can answer that question, Val. The thing that changed is we now have a policy that prohibits that, that's number one. And number two, we do not make partisan decisions on proclamations. We can make them as council members, but not on proclamations. That's the difference. I explained that. You cannot be partisan on proclamations or resolutions, but as a sitting council member taking action, you can, because our policy prohibits that on proclamations.
We are a country of immigrants. Literally every single geopolitical issue, every little movement in another country could literally affect the demographics of this country. And then now we sit here and say that this won't affect us, when literally whatever movement there is in another country moves immigration. And you know what, 40% of our Stanton residents here are immigrants. Literally any movement outside of this country affects us.
Councilmember Torres, can I just read if optional, another option for us?
Does it call for ceasefire?
Perhaps you can hear it first and decide whether or not this is scrapped together. It's just another option. Yeah, sorry. All right, so this was something that I've spoken to multiple residents and non-residents about who are subject matter experts, and this is something that I try to put together, and I'm sorry if I'm not the best with words, but I'm open to being edited as well. So whereas the city of Stanton is committed to advancing social justice for people of all races, ethnicities, creeds, religions, and national origins, and whereas the city of Stanton is home to approximately 40,000 residents from all different backgrounds, beliefs, and regions, and whereas on October 7th, 2023, Hamas launched a terrorist attack causing the death of over 1,200 Israelis and the capture of innocent civilians as hostages, including children and the elderly. And whereas, in response, the state of Israel has engaged in a bombing campaign of the Gaza Strip, resulting in the death of thousands of innocent Palestinians, including more than 6,000 children. And whereas, many of our community members have suffered an alarmingly large rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And whereas all people deserve the right to live and practice their religion in peace, be it resolved by the City Council of Stanton as follows. Section 1, the City Council of Stanton hereby condemns terrorism, violence, and hate in all its forms. Section 2, the City Council of Stanton condemns the killing of innocent civilians, no matter who they are or where they live, as a crime against humanity. Section 3, the City of Stanton recognizes the pain that's suffered by innocent civilians in the Middle East and the need for Israelis and Palestinians to live with peace, dignity, and self-determination. Section 4, the City of Stanton is committed to promoting compassion, respect, and understanding among all people. Section 5, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption by the City Council. Clerk of the Council shall attest to and certify the vote adopted.
So let me just remind council that the original intent for this item was to call for a ceasefire in an area where a disproportionate amount of civilians have died, right? I'm appalled, so many children have died. Israel controls their water, their electricity. And once, this started, they went ahead and cut it off. If Palestinian people wouldn't have died, and then we would have just had like this isolated event where people had to leave Gaza. Just that in itself is an ethnic cleansing, forcing people to get out of their homes. What happened? How would you feel if you were forced out of your home, never to come back, telling you that you can't go there? And guess what? If you come back, that house might not be there.
Alice,
That is my substitute motion.
Alice, yeah. I'd like to support that for the second, but I also want to add, maybe you can change the language a little bit. First of all, I think that it's important that we resolve item 9A, number 9A. And so if your motion would be to make motion 9A, not to move forward with it, but to have you submit your new motion or your new resolution to the city clerk, bring it back to the next city council meeting for either denial or approval.
So I've already emailed this proposed resolution to both the city clerk and city manager, and my motion, my substitute motion, is to change the language of the original resolution to the language that I have proposed. And if anyone wants to second, I would love that, and we can also take one.
So ceasefire on both sides. I would like that. Or like that.
You know,
Which actual number?
Just a ceasefire on both sides, a ceasefire.
Over 8,000 children. Could we at least have an accurate
9,000.
count? Just ceasefire and accurate count.
I don't think
they're
that's
allowed
numbers.
Okay, I seconded it out, Alice's motion on the new resolution.
But we're still waiting on that.
I seconded it, now we can
We
discuss
can always
it.
second things in the
And
change.
no, I did second it, so now we can discuss it, but then we have to vote on it. Okay. And if it doesn't pass, then we go back to my motion, which has been seconded, which was to not to move forward with my name. So, go ahead.
So I believe that there was a motion by the mayor, and then there was a substitute motion by the mayor. And the mayor had some friendly amendments to it. I'm not aware that Mayor Pro Tem has responded in terms of friendly amendments to the substitute motion.
I think his friendly amendment was to move it to the next. Is that right?
Right, but also to not move forward with 9A, but to move forward with the new resolution, which is yours.
Can we do that this meeting?
It's a modified resolution.
Point of clarification, sorry, I'm a parliamentarian. So you have the motion to table indefinitely would be to remove 9A.
Excuse me, we're not taking public input
No,
at this time.
this is just.
I'm sorry, we're not taking public input. Thank you, ma'am.
So Donald and Gary would like to have ceasefire added to your amendment.
So would it be possible for under section 3, we can change it to the need for Israelis and Palestinians to negotiate in good faith towards a ceasefire for the people to live
Can
in
we
peace,
stop the
dignity,
killing
and
first and
solidarity?
then negotiate? Stop the killing, stop the
Beg your
killing.
pardon?
hostages
Beg your
Return the
pardon?
hostages.
Thank you.
Release the
Stop the
hostages.
killing and then negotiate.
Plus you have to open up a public debate.
Stop dying. People are being
Hey, Gary, you did not need these. Just go with hers. I made the motion to go with hers.
No.
If you don't want it,
Let's just take a vote first and then we can. if it
There's
doesn't
a, there's
pass,
a
we can
substitute
further.
motion and a second on the floor. We can take a vote at this time.
Okay, read us the motion, please.
The motion is that the substitute motion by Ms. Mann is that the resolution, asking that the council consider the alternate resolution.
Roll call.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Van and a second by Mayor Schaubert. I will now proceed with roll call vote. Councilmember Torres? Correct. Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Van?
Yes.
Mayor Schaubert?
Yes.
Substitute motion passes for the new alternate resolution, 4 yeses and 1 no.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for being here tonight. I really want to thank you on the patience that you've had and the way in which you approach this. We listened to each and every speaker. We understand your position and how you presented yourself. I want to leave you with this one thought. The city of Stanton condemns all hate speech and all hate crimes, and asks everyone to respect all cultures and all people, and to strive for peace everywhere. Again, we want to thank you for being here this evening, and we wish you all a very good holiday. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, please call
We're going
for
to take a break right now.
Yes, absolutely, I will. Yes. Good luck. Good luck.
الله يعطيك العافية عمري، الله يعطيك العافية. ما شاء الله عليك. لا لا ما شاء
Yeah, well, let us know. Perfect, perfect.
Take care.
I saw stuff like in the 70 fire, and I saw stuff on the sidewalk. Oh, yeah, you did? What's up, traffic? So, but everything I was by one of them. But it's one thing, it was 9 individuals.
ولا شكرا بس هو وقت هاي قالوا تطلعوا كل شيء قولوا له احنا وقفنا لازم Yes, I campaigned for him. أنا اللي جيت على الابواب انا ما شايف I look like her. I think his mom also came. Yeah, I told you. That's a little. I know.
So none of this. So we have to. That helped.
I was like, it's
oh shit! I know when they changed signals and all that, and then we're in small farm. If you need anything, please let me know. Not too long ago. Hey, that's democracy, right? Yes, of course, of course. No, it's an idea. Sure, it's an idea that we have to talk about. It's kind of tough, like, to be like, what it is usually you put on video, dispatch things. So for the third time, I'm asking you guys to go back, you know what I mean? Please ask yes, please send me. Go back and not that. I think that's what turn the city council. Nice. So yeah, we try to let that because we're driving cars. Like I said, I can tell.
It's not reinforced. Gotcha, that's what it means. Gotcha.
Well, like I said, I appreciate you thinking like that. It's just, it makes it a little more difficult when we're just it's just one more thing that sparks us to kind of get our head starts. As you can tell, our guys are still. Ours dispatches makes it easier for deputies. Ours is dispatches contact. We don't want to I appreciate that. Thank you so very much.
We don't have a title.
So that's she's coming January. So, well, actually, that's, I got two for you. One is, she'll come. I'll try to bring everything in January. Everything here, which is investigating what's now going on. And, I have a new admin sergeant going to start. Sergeant Romero actually arrested and so Carlos is actually teaching so, but Sergeant Markovich, I was attacked her, we worked together all the time, so I was wondering her. So I'm going to force
Let's go, Gary. Okay, to accommodate, some people, this is 3.5 hours for move 12D. That's everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Right, we're at 12D.
So we have a motion by Mayor Schaumburg. Do we have a second?
Second?
All in favor? Any opposed?
Okay, you're up, go ahead.
So item 12D, we have before you City Council initiated item, discussion regarding strengthening the city's tobacco retail license ordinance. At the November 28, 2023 City Council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Van requested that this item be agendized for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Van is requesting, Mr. N, if you can leave one door open, please. Mayor Pro Tem Van is requesting to discuss strengthening the city's tobacco retail license ordinance to address any potential loopholes, ensure that the definition of both tobacco retailer and flavored tobacco is adequately defined, ensure that the city has an adequate application fee to cover the cost of enforcement and monitoring, and methodized compliance monitoring frequencies. Ms. Van.
Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk, and thank you everyone in the audience for waiting hours and hours to have this agenda item discussed. I really appreciate your commitment to strengthening our city's tobacco retail license ordinance. So after you guys came and spoke at our last council meeting, I was so moved by all of your statements and the research that led into it and also your presentation that I wanted to make sure that action was taken, and that's why I started this initiative to do just as was requested. Let's look at what potential loopholes exist in our current ordinance and make sure we do everything we can to prevent our kids from accessing tobacco products. And so specifically, I'd like us to look at the definition of tobacco retailer, definition of flavored tobacco, and I know that I was looking on the internet and I found that our city, our small 3 square mile city, has over a dozen smoke, vape, or tobacco shops, which is appalling. And I would assume if we were to monitor them on a frequent basis, it would cost a lot of staff time. So I want to make sure that we collect a fee that will cover the cost to our city for enforcement and monitoring. That way we are whole and we don't end up having to use taxpayer money to enforce this ordinance. And then I also want to make sure we methodize compliance monitoring frequencies. Because I know Mr. Rem does a fantastic job making sure that everybody's following the rules. But if he is no longer here, I want to make sure this is institutionalized so that anyone else who's in his position will continue to do the same amazing job that he's doing. So that is what I have before us. And I'd love to hear your feedback, and I'd love a second to my motion if anyone else agrees with me.
We do have public comment.
Is there any public comments on 12B?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I will close the public.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I do have caller cards.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank this group that came to who did our presentation last meeting. It was wonderful. Not only do we have many groups that come up, but this is one of the only groups that came up and showed us what we could fix, how to lessen costs. So thank you very much for your presentation.
You guys are all from Stanton.
Mr. Mayor, may I proceed with public comment? Right? I would like to start with Ms. Claire.
Well, I feel like maybe it's a little bit of a disadvantage to start with your first speaker after a very long few hours for you, but thank you for moving us up on the agenda. I really appreciate it. So good evening, Mayor Shaver, distinguished council members. My name is Claire Braylon. I'm with America on Track. I'm the executive director and co-founder. Appreciate the opportunity to present you with some additional data, updated data, as you look into your decision about potentially strengthening your tobacco retail law. And once again, I'm here with amazing Stanton residents. And we want to provide you with this data. And like you, we all love the city of Stanton. I'm not a resident, but I do I've learned to really love the community and how connected everyone is. And as you know, we're here a lot. And we care deeply about the residents and what they want for their community. And something we think is really important is the motto of the city: community pride and forward vision. And sadly, right now, I think that the issue of flavored tobacco does not represent community pride the way I think the city of Stanton leaders, elected officials, and importantly, residents want it to be represented. And so because of that, I want to share some data that I hope will help inform your decision to truly protect the youth of Stanton from predatory tobacco industry tactics to target them. Obviously, as you've seen, we have really committed residents. These children are here, some of them very sleepy, others, probably on the verge. And a couple who did have to leave, but we've got some stand-ins to represent what they wanted to say. I know you're aware of SB 793, state law that bans the sale of flavored tobacco that went into effect the 1st of January 2023, and bans the sale of almost every flavored tobacco in California. There are no cities in California that are exempt from this. There are no tobacco retailers that are exempt from this. What's sad though is that a year later, so many retailers across the state, not picking on Stanton, I just happen to be in the city of Stanton, wanting to give you data for your city. But this is happening sadly across all cities. Retailers are not following the law. So in Stanton, we did some data collection in the last 48 hours and collected information about, well, is it really a problem here? Do you have a problem with flavored tobacco in Stanton? And sadly, yes, you do. So we surveyed, we found that 43% of all tobacco retailers in Stanton as of today are still selling flavored tobacco illegally. 78%.
Okay, I'm going to extend your time. Go ahead.
Thank you. 78% of the smoke shops, which are part of the definition of a tobacco retailer in the Stanton ordinance, are still selling flavored tobacco. We bought these products from those stores. Just adults, so we're breaking new laws. So that's a problem. And I know you don't want these kids or any kids in your community getting hooked on these products. So it's still a problem. They're still breaking the law.
How many stores are selling it?
So we're not the experts on the actual number, but from what we could find, we know we saw 30 stores. So we went into 30 stores that sell tobacco, and 43% of them are selling. Actually, I have the numbers too when you look at this. So yeah, 30 stores that we could find that sell tobacco. We tried to find others, but I'm sure Mr. Wren has a better number, a more accurate number, but that's what we could find. 13 still selling them. And of those 13, 7 of them were smoke shops, but 3 were liquor stores, 2 were supermarkets, and 1 was a 7-Eleven. So it's not just the smoke shops where kids can access it. And the names of the flavors, do we want our kids having flavored tobacco called wet dreams? Or strawberry, banana, pineapple, or cherry, or mint, or mango? These are clearly meant for adolescents to attract them, and they are off the shelf, visible, available to our kids. So we still have a problem at Stanton, and American Track is ready to support you in any way that would be helpful to the city to help really protect the kids. So please call on us if we can be of any assistance to you. And I really appreciate you guys talking about this issue and looking into it.
Thank you.
We do have you, Mr. Mayor. Our next speaker is Ms. Maria Salgado.
Buenas noches, al alcalde Torres, estimados miembros del Consejo Municipal y compañeros presentes. Mi nombre es Rosa León. Me presento ante ustedes no solo como individuo, sino como representante de la voz colectiva de los presidentes de Estado, que están profundamente preocupados por el bienestar de nuestra juventud. Los miembros del Consejo Municipal son elegidos para proteger a los residentes y hacer lo correcto para la ciudad y también para escuchar las preocupaciones y deseos de nuestros electores para su ciudad. Todos podemos estar de acuerdo en que proteger a los jóvenes de los productos de tabaco mortales es lo correcto. Probablemente todos estén de acuerdo en que seguir las leyes estatales y locales es lo correcto, incluso si no votamos a favor de la ley. Por lo tanto, cuando 613 residentes de Stanton se toman el tiempo para hablar y decirles a través de las encuestas de opinión pública que el 93% de ellos quieren que se fortalezca la licencia de venta minorista de tabaco de Stanton para proteger completamente a los jóvenes de Stanton. Sí, se refuerza que es lo correcto, y cuando 435 residentes de Stanton van tan lejos como para firmar un respaldo que incluye su nombre y dirección para instar a sus funcionarios electos a proteger a la juventud de Stanton de todo tipo de tabaco saborizado. Creo que también podemos estar de acuerdo en que es lo correcto adoptar todos los cambios recomendados en el punto 12D de la agenda. Es lo correcto para la ciudad, para nuestros jóvenes. Les pido que consideren el abrumador apoyo de nuestra comunidad, que tomen decisiones que reflejen los valores y aspiraciones de los residentes de Stanton. Gracias por su tiempo y consideración. Gracias.
I'll be translating for Rosa. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Schauber, city council members, and fellow residents. My name is Rosa, and I stand before you just not as an individual, but as a representative of the collective voice of Stanton residents who are deeply concerned about the well-being of our youth. City council members are elected to protect the residents and to do what is right for the city, and also to listen to your constituents, concerns, and desires of the city. We all can agree that protecting youth from their daily tobacco products is the right thing to do. We can probably also all agree that following the state and local law is the right thing to do, even if we don't vote for that law. So when 613 Stanton residents take the time to speak up and tell you, the public opinion poll surveys, 93% of them want to see Stanton agricultural license written. Fully protect the youth of Stanton, it reinforces that it is the right thing to do. And when 435 Stanton residents go as part of to sign an endorsement, which includes their names and addresses, to urge your elected officials to protect Stanton's youth from all flavored tobacco, I think we can also agree that it's the right thing to do. Adopting all the changes recommended in agenda item 12D is the right thing to do for the city and for our youth. I ask you to consider the overwhelming support from our community and make the decision that reflects value and aspirations of Stanton residents for your kind of consideration. He did bring up 435 signs as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Montes.
Buenas noches a todos, honorable alcalde Schauber, estimados miembros del Consejo Municipal y compañeros residentes. Mi nombre es María Soledad Montes. Hoy me presento ante ustedes haciéndome eco de la preocupación colectiva que compartimos por el bienestar de nuestros jóvenes. Nuestra petición es simple pero profunda. Les instamos a ustedes, nuestros funcionarios electos, a actualizar las licencias minoritarias de tabaco existentes, haciéndola más fuerte, no solo para las tiendas de tabaco, sino para todos los establecimientos que venden productos de tabaco. La licencia minoritaria de tabaco de Stanton existente no es adecuada, porque la definición actual de un minorista de tabaco excluye a más de 20 tiendas Stanton, lo que representa el 70% del número total de tiendas que actualmente venden tabaco. ¿Por qué esos minoristas de tabaco deberían estar exentos de la ordenanza de Stanton? No están exentos de las leyes prohibiciones de sabor del estado de California, por lo que tiene sentido asegurar de que también rindan cuentas a la licencia de minoristas de tabaco local de Stanton, no solo a las 9 tiendas de tabaco de la ciudad, el 78% de las cuales todavía venden ilegalmente tabaco de sabor. A medida que están considerando actualizar la licencia de minoristas de tabaco actual, recuerden que sus electores están observando y están pidiendo más que solo cumplimiento. Estamos pidiendo una demostración genuina de ciudadano y que proporcione por nuestro bienestar. Gracias por su tiempo y consideración. Gracias.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Schauber, City Council members, and fellow residents. My name is Maria Montes. I stand before you today echoing the collective concern we share for the well-being of our youth. Our ask is simple yet profound. We urge you, our elected officials, to update the existing tobacco retail license, making it stronger, not only for smoke shops, but for all establishments that sell tobacco products. The existing Stanton tobacco retail license is not adequate because of the current definition of a tobacco retailer. It excludes over 20 Stanton stores, which represent 70% of the total number of stores that currently sell tobacco. Why should those tobacco retailers be exempt from Stanton's ordinance? They are not exempt from the state of California or Alabama. So So it makes sense to make sure that they are held accountable to Kansas local tobacco legal license as well, not just the 9 small shops in the state. 78% of whom are still illegally selling flavored tobacco. As you consider updating the current tobacco retail license, just remember that your constituents are watching. They are asking for more than just compliance. We are asking for genuine demonstration of care and concern for our well-being. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Guadalupe.
Buenas noches, honorable alcalde, estimado miembro del Consejo Municipal y compañeros residentes. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Vigil. Me presento ante ustedes como un miembro preocupado de nuestra comunidad, ansioso por discutir asuntos de importancia que afectan el bienestar y el futuro de Stanton. Gracias por esta oportunidad de hablar ante ustedes. La licencia de venta de tabaco de Stanton existente no es adecuada porque no tiene una definición para los productos de tabaco saborizados. Es especialmente importante definir el tabaco saborizado porque el 80% de los niños que alguna vez consumieron tabaco comenzaron con un producto saborizado. Sabemos que la mayoría de los jóvenes dicen que consumen tabaco porque vienen en sabores que les gustan. Las compañías tabacaleras se dirigen estratégicamente a los niños mediante la creación de sabores divertidos que engancharán a los niños a los productos de vapeo, incluido una definición de producto saborizado, ayuda a brindar claridad a las minoristas de tabaco que solicitan una licencia minorista de tabaco para que sepan qué productos de tabaco se pueden vender y cuáles no, cuando las compañías tabacaleras intentan engañarlos para que lleven un producto saborizado potencialmente disfrazado. Además, no hay absolutamente ningún costo para la ciudad para agregar este lenguaje protector en la ordenanza. No hay ningún inconveniente en agregarlo y solo una ventaja. Le agradezco su tiempo y atención a este asunto. Espero sinceramente que considere nuestra solicitud de adoptar una definición de tabaco saborizado en Stanton. Al dar este paso, podemos contribuir a la protección y al bienestar de nuestros jóvenes, asegurando un futuro más saludable para las generaciones venideras. Gracias por su dedicación a nuestra comunidad y confío en que prestará la debida atención a este importante tema. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Talbot, City Council members, and residents. My name is Guadalupe. I stand before you as a concerned member of our community, eager to discuss matters of importance that impact the well-being and future of Stanton. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. The existing tobacco retail license is not adequate because it does not have a definition for flavored tobacco products. It is especially important to define flavored tobacco because 80% of kids who ever used tobacco started with a flavored product. We know that most youth say that they use tobacco because it comes in flavors they like. Tobacco companies strategically target kids by creating fun flavors that will hook kids on vaping products. Including a definition of flavored products helps provide clarity to the tobacco retailers who apply for a tobacco retail license so that they will know which tobacco products are allowed to be sold and which are not, when the companies try to trick them into carrying a potential disguised flavored product. Furthermore, there is absolutely no cost to the city to add this protective language in the ordinance. There is no downside to adding it, and it's only an upside. I thank you for your time and attention to this matter. I sincerely hope that you consider our request to adopt a definition for flavored tobacco in Stanton. By taking this step, we can contribute to the protection and well-being of our youth, ensuring a healthier future for generations to come. Thank you for your dedication to our community, and I trust that you will give due consideration to this important issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hello.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Sir, Stafford, esteemed city council members and fellow residents. On behalf of the Kenya, I wish you have a seat. One critical aspect of safeguarding our youth is the establishment of a compliance monitoring program. Compliance monitoring is essential to ensure the tobacco retailers adhere to both local and state laws, preventing the sale of tobacco products to underage individuals. The existing standard tobacco retail license is not adequate because it does not include a compliance monitoring. Best practice recommends monitoring the tobacco retailers at least 2 times per year to make sure that they are following the local and state law. Since local law enforcement has assured us that they are regularly monitoring the tobacco retailers, there should be no impact to the city to add a compliance monitoring to the existing tobacco retail license so that future city staff will know the original intention of this ordinance. I appreciate your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lorena Flores.
I wish you guys understand my English, okay? Wake up, everybody. So, good night, Honorable Mayor Chávez, esteemed City Council members, and respected fellow residents. My name is Lorena. Okay, today I wish to address the critical matter of adding an adequate application fee for enforcement, as it plays a crucial role in improving the financial resources necessary to effectively enforce law. The existing standard tobacco retailer license is not adequate because it does not require a fee. Current definition only says may include an application fee, but there seems to be ambiguity regarding inexistence to address this issue. We propose adopting the Public Health Law Center model definition, which outlines a fee structure designed to recover the total cost of administration and enforcement of the tobacco retailer license program. The proposed model definition reads: the fee to issue or renew a tobacco retailer license should be established from the time to resolution of the city council. The fee shall be calculated so as to recover the total cost of administration and enforcement. By adopting such a definition, we ensure that the financial burden of the license program is shouldered by those benefiting directly for the sale of tobacco products, and not by the community and the large. I thank you for the time and attention to this important matter. I earnestly hope that the City Council will consider our proposal and take steps to establish an adequate application fee for enforcement tonight. Together, we can create a safer and healthier community for residents. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aya.
Evening, honorable council members. My name is Aya. I'm a resident of Westminster. I reside 5 minutes away from you. I'm here to talk to y'all about e-cigarettes. I am a smoker, and I wanted to let you all know that as somebody that has been smoking for the last 8 years, it has caused a lot of harm to me. And I would say that I have definitely picked up the vape to avoid having to go to a therapist. But if we backtrack a little bit, we can see that what's inside of vapes is not good for you, just by the way they're sourced. I mean, they're committing a genocide to bring the vapes anyways.
To get cobalt, you have to commit a genocide on the Democratic Republic of Congo. You know, genocides like the ones happening in other places around the world. So I'm just here to let you all know that as a resident, as a citizen of America who is currently smoking, has very poor mental health due to the genocide and other problems in our county, like the unhoused, lack of community resources, when all our money goes to other places, I think it might be a good idea to restrict the things that are inside of vapes that are being sourced through genocide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maha.
You're not gonna get rid of me. I'll be back again and again. I like this place. My name is Dr. Maha Afra, and I was out and I U-turned, literally U-turned. It's like, how can I not come support these parents when I'm trying to support Palestinian children? And this is not just about, this is about every child. This is another, as Aya said, another genocide where also when we're giving our money to them, we're not gonna talk about it anymore. No, we're gonna talk about it anymore, but not that. We're gonna focus on tobacco. Instead of getting the funds to do this. My mother was a heavy smoker and that ruined our life. I'm still traumatized up till today from seeing anybody smoke because she used to hide her cigarettes everywhere and swear by us, her 3 children, she will never smoke again and then smoke again. I'll never forget that. So please, please support more restrictions on tobacco for, like, some of you have kids. I'm an educator. I have students to protect. This is the least we can do for children. We could not protect Palestinian children over there. We can protect all children, including Palestinian children here. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes all speaker cards that I have on file.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this topic? I bring it back to Alice. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, everyone who stayed around till really late tonight and spoke to advocate for my agenda item. I've already stated that I'd like to close any potential loopholes that we may have in our current ordinance, ensure that the definition of both tobacco retailer and flavored tobacco is adequately defined. And last council meeting, we were given a really great model on how to define it. So I suppose that we should copy that model, and that way we have something already set that's considered the best option for protecting our kids. I want to make sure that we have an application fee that can cover the cost of enforcement and monitoring. And I'm seeing that we have dozens of tobacco retailers in our city. We assume that they're going to be visited twice a year, and I don't know how many hours it takes to do these visits, but we can probably find a fee that is going to be able to cover all that. So I leave that to staff to figure that number out. And I think twice a year is reasonable. That's fine.
Just a couple of questions, so we're gonna have staff to come back with. I know that recently, I think after we talked, we did study our tobacco code, and we're conforming with almost all state requirements.
Mayor and Council, the city does have a tobacco ordinance that is very comprehensive. That said, I know that it's
Okay, I think a couple of things that Councilwoman Ann wanted was to make sure that we have a couple of things defined. So I think that would help a lot. And you also have a question on Farmington forward juice. What is the regulation on that? We'll be doing the enforcement. Who was it? Because I know ABC is our enforcement people, right? Or is it tobacco?
There's a different agency and they actually are in contact with us.
I know that if we have people selling to minors, though, we have the ability to do something with that, Mr. Goodman. Quick.
I'll just be loud, sorry. Yes, we can, if we identify, they will assist in running operations to see if they are selling to minors, so that what's currently on the books is smoke shop specific, so I think moving forward, that's the push behind the new language would be to include other main part of it. We currently, so my staff that currently does the inspections, and we actually inspect every 2 months. We have issued citations, and in our current ordinance, 2 failed inspections leads to revocation of the license. So we are, obviously we hope we are gaining compliance, but we do have a handful of retailers that with one more failed inspection will be subject to revocation.
It also says that we need to have an adequate application fee. Do we have an application fee at this time?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, so that application fee then is earmarked to help with enforcement. Is that correct?
Right.
Also, who does the fines? There are fines on that. So is that done by these counties?
That would be through us through the administrative citation process.
Okay, so we're not going to get any part of that.
No, we do
So we
receive
do on that.
revenue.
Any other comments? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to address the group that came. I want to say it is difficult to go ahead and speak up here and not have, your native tongue be 100% represented, right? The majority of people here are Spanish speakers, so muchas gracias por venir y dar tu voz, especialmente cuando es difícil hablar, especialmente si no sabes el lenguaje, ¿verdad? So thank you so much, and thank you for aiding them and having a translator.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a first and a second. Go ahead.
Can I confirm that second, since there was some chatter?
Thank you. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Van, a second by Councilmember Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mayor, hearing none, we move forward by vote of staff.
Okay, thank you for coming tonight. It's good to see all of you. Way past some of your bedtime, so get out of here.
Get these kids out. Thank you very much. We will leave these for you.
Okay, we are now back to item 5. We have a, we're going to move item 5 to a future council meeting. So that special presentation. And therefore, we're getting a chance to meet our new deputies. All right, we're moving on to the consent calendar, items A through L. Is there a motion to take care of the recommended action for each one?
I make a motion. I'll second.
Okay, go ahead.
We have a motion by Councilmember Warren, a second by Councilmember Taylor. I'll now proceed with roll call vote. Council Agency Authority Member Torres. Council Agency Authority Member Taylor. Council Agency Authority Member Warren.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chairperson Van.
Yes.
And Mayor Chairman Schaller.
Yes.
Thank you. All items on the consent calendar do pass.
All right, we're back to new business. Now we'll be at item 9B.
Thank you. Good evening, honorable mayor, members of the council. At the October 24th, 2023 City Council meeting, Mayor Schaller requested that a discussion regarding a review and update of the city's current cannabis ordinance be agendized for discussion. At the November 14th, 2023 City Council meeting, the council directed staff to bring back a staff report focused on the possible extension of recently expired cannabis permits. In 2020, the city received 45 applications for cannabis permits in the categories of cultivation, delivery, distribution, manufacturing, and retail. After conducting a thorough review process, the city ultimately issued 13 permits in November 2021. 3 for cultivation, 4 for delivery, 1 for distribution, 1 for manufacturing, and 4 for retail. After exercising all allowable extension requests, each business was required to become operational no later than 2 years from the date of issuance.
November 30th, 2023. As of November 30th, 2023, the only commercial cannabis businesses that are operational are all 4 of the retail permits. On July 5th, 2023, and October 10th, 2023, the city received a request on behalf of 2 of the 3 cultivation permittees and 1 of the 4 delivery permittees, respectively, for an additional extension. Based upon the city's existing municipal code, the requests were denied. Staff has provided a timeline of activities for each of the 3 permit holders in the staff report from issuance of permit through November 30th, 2023. Each timeline does contain significant gaps between a city action and a subsequent required permittee action. The extension requests are as follows. Culture for Cultivation has requested an additional 36 months. Stanton Fresh Farms for Cultivation did not respond to staff's inquiry. Direct for Delivery is requesting a restart of the entire process as they have determined the costs associated with the required renovation have made the current site no longer viable and would need to identify a new site. The council also requested information on opportunity costs associated with revenue anticipated to be generated beginning December 1st, 2023 from the operational permit holders. For cultivation, the annual tax rate is currently $12.58 per square foot. This would result in estimated annual revenues from culture of $115,000 and from Stanton Fresh Farms of $70,000. For delivery, the annual tax rate is 3% of gross receipts. Based on the uncertainty surrounding projected activity for delivery, staff cannot propose an estimated opportunity cost. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. So before us is a request for extension. We've already talked about exclusive negotiating agreements, ENAs, where if you reach a point where you're done and you want to proceed, you have to pay a fee to get that extension. If we do it, I think that we need to use the same guidelines we would for any other business. We need to have them pay a fee for the extension. I think the extension should be something that staff is comfortable with, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, a year, and have a drop dead date at that point. Some of the advantages to this is that we will be receiving a fee for extension. And then I think it's also important that we receive a certain amount of compensation that we expected to have if the particular business was open and running. The reason I think that might be to our advantage is because in the area of cultivation, we didn't get a total number of applications to fill it. Cultivation is a little more difficult to actually establish today because of dealing with Edison and some of the laws, and also finding a good location. I think that it behooves us not to extend it too long, because I think that would then prohibit us from moving forward with somebody else at some point. There's got to be a drop dead point. Also, I think it's important to know that if we wanted to fill the vacancies we have in our ordinance, that we should take a look at what they are, how we want to go about doing it. I think this is a good thing to look at individually, but at some point next year, I think we need to look at our entire cannabis ordinance and revise it to make it more effective and to make sure what we have is working. And it's not working.
You went really fast and I didn't write down all the notes. My fault. How many are they asking? How many are asking for the extension?
2 cultivation and 1 delivery. So 3 are asking.
So 1 delivery. How much time?
The delivery business would not state how much time. They've said that the past 2 years they've been working on 1 location, but now they've determined that the renovation costs associated with that 1 location are too great, so they want to start over from scratch.
I remember that. I would look at this. You might as well just get somebody that knows what they're doing at this point.
Okay, well, we do the comments first.
Individually, is that how we're doing this?
Let's do the comments first, and then I can hear everybody.
And then we can,
The other, let's see, the other one was, cultivation and was gonna take 2 years.
two cultivations.
Yeah.
3 years.
3 years.
And the
One of
other
the cultivation is 3 years.
And the other cultivation.
How much time did we originally give them to do that?
2 years.
And now, so it would be 5 years total, that's ridiculous, come on. That is
Okay,
just
let's,
ridiculous.
before we continue, let's go with public comments. We'll begin first of all with, Joseph Adi, please. Joseph, did I pronounce your last name right?
It was pretty close.
Okay, I would like to hear it, thank you.
Well, I'm taller.
Hold it to whatever you're comfortable
Excuse me, I'm just coming off of a cold, so my voice is raspy. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I stand before you today on behalf of Stanton Fresh Farms and in the interest of cannabis business permittees at large, to discuss and request the extension of expired cannabis permits for an additional 36 months. Our collective commitment to this industry in the city of Stanton is evident, and we are prepared to further demonstrate this through tangible actions, even in the face of significant operational delays. Firstly, we recognize the importance of financial contributions during this waiting period to become operational. Hence, we are willing to pay a fee while operations have yet to commence. This shows our dedication to being proactive and responsible stakeholders in the process. It's crucial to note that every stakeholder involved has already invested significantly with sums reaching hundreds of thousands of dollars. This level of investment is not just monetary, but also a testament to our belief in the potential of this industry. Specifically, Culture Stanton store has been a notable contributor, having already infused hundreds of thousands of dollars into the city through retail tax revenue. This is a clear indicator of the substantial economic impact our operations have within the city. Understanding the need for a balanced approach, we propose a compromise regarding tax payments. While we are willing to pay up to 25% per year of the rate until operational, a phased approach seems alternatively feasible. We suggest 20% in the first year, increasing to 30% in the second and 40% in the third year. This tiered structure not only demonstrates our commitment, but also allows for a gradual scaling up in line with our operational timelines. Lastly, it's imperative to consider the broader impact of the cannabis industry. It stands as the most promising option to rebuild and revitalize the industrial areas within the city. The potential revenue from cannabis operations could significantly boost city services, contributing to the overall well-being and development of our community. In conclusion, our willingness to contribute financially, combined with the proven economic benefits and potential for urban revitalization, strongly supports the case for extending expired cannabis permits. We urge the council to consider these points earnestly and look forward to a favorable decision that will benefit not just the stakeholders, but the entire city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I had a quick question, if you don't mind. So you said the first year 20%, second year 30%, and the third year 40%. Okay, great.
That's correct.
Now, 20% of what? 30% of what?
It would be of the total square footage. So for cannabis tax purposes, you guys have cannabis tax rate at
So that means,
$12.
is that 20% of your retail?
No,
20%
it's
of what
cultivation.
your growth would produce?
Depending on the cannabis activity type, so for retail, obviously for gross receipts, that would not be as feasible to assess just because, again, it has to be operational in order to determine gross sales. But for a cultivation, square footage is, in this case, permissible as a measure for payments. Right now, it's based on total square footage of the operation, which would mean that if it's at a $12.58 sort of tax rate, that's what each cannabis permitting would have to pay on a scaled approach year after year.
Yeah.
So if they were,
Right.
if they were fully operational at 100% of the square footage, it would be $115,000 per year.
Per year. So 20% of that would be 20,000. Right.
You also represent Stanton Fresh Farm.
Correct.
However, we weren't given the timeline that you guys are requesting an extension for. I know that for closure, you had mentioned 36 months. Do you know what the timeline is for Stanton Fresh Farm?
Also 36 months.
Okay, for both
For
36
the record,
months.
I never received any inquiry, requests for information from.
I believe we went out to the operating point of contact, so whoever we've been dealing with. So we went out to, I believe you're the lawyer on behalf of them.
I'm the lawyer.
Yeah, so I think they went out to their planning contact.
Oh, we're not planning on that, okay.
Can you explain why it would be a 3-year process at this point? I know it took, 2 years plus to get your retail. So why would it take 3 months?
Well, just for the electrical equipment that we procured for the power upgrades, right, to sustain the operations of the cultivation, it's about 18 months. And that's just, again, for the electrical upgrades. So to facilitate that alongside the construction plans that we had, we need at least 2 to 3 years.
So if I was a competitor and I had an opportunity with the city to put one of these in because I was awarded that opportunity, because of the concerns that you just expressed, how long would you think, in your personal opinion, for another vendor to come in if we were to open it up to everybody and not give you an extension?
It would take them just as long. The difficulties and delays that the cannabis industry is suffering concerning cultivation and the procurement of electrical equipment is market-wide. So it's not specific to any particular cultivation business or operation. It would take them just as long to become operational.
So let me ask you one more question, if you don't mind. So there's a couple of ways to look at this. If the city council was to deny extensions and put it out to bid, I assume that you would be bidding on it. And we're looking at a 3-year timeline for you, but we'll also be looking at a 3-year timeline for your competitors. So the only difference being is if we did it by reopening it, denial, is we would be losing 3 years of revenue that we would be able to provide us versus the new kid on the block who has to start from scratch, would have a 3-year window. If we awarded it to him, we would not be getting anything from it. But if we awarded it to you, we would be getting anything from you either.
Well, no, because
I
of
mean, that's the bottom line, right?
well, no, because of the proposition that we're currently proposing.
No, I'm just being, I mean, because if we opened it up, that would be, we have 4 or 5. I know that we were very short on applicants the first time we did this. So I think it's just a matter of discretion of the council at this point. Are there any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
This may be a little bit touchy, but have you made any donations to any of us on the day?
Have I made-
Campaign donations?
Campaign donations, as in Stanton Fresh Farms specifically?
No, any of the I guess the cannabis businesses, the 2 that you're representing tonight.
At the moment that I'm currently aware of, no, that I know of. But that could also, on my understanding, knowledge is limited. I came on representing my clients later into the process, so if there were previous donations, it could be so. I'm just not aware.
How long have you been on?
I believe halfway through this year, maybe July.
Okay, so thank you very much. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Alice, you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that the email I received today stated that it was 25% the first year, not 20%. That's what you're requesting, is that correct?
For the first year, well, so in the alternative, it could be 25% per year. I was saying alternatively, it would seem more feasible and advantageous for the city to phase it on a scaled approach, right, to where it would increase every year. That way it would incentivize us and compel us to get completed faster as opposed to, being more lax in the process.
Sure. Let me just interject. The discrepancy you saw there, so the CEO of culture emailed me on, and
And so he sent me, two scenarios, and on behalf of the city, I chose to pick the ones that were most scenario. So I took 25% in the first year and then put those for years 2 and 3. So that's where the discrepancy.
Got it.
And I did want to mention that for example, one of the cultivation sites, we were expecting close to $70,000 in revenue if they were to be moving on. And we accepted your 25% proposal for the first year, we would only get $17,000. I don't think $17,000 is enough to compel anyone to work faster and get this project to the finish line. I would propose that this is not adequate. And the reason is because we chose you guys because we were under the assumption, and there was an agreement that you would finish on time within those 2 years, if we included all the extensions. And so I feel like our city needs to be made whole because we have these opportunities with other organizations. And I also feel that if we were to do the 25, 30, and 40%, the amount of money collected would only be less than 32% of what we would be able to collect had we stuck with our original proposal, which is $70,000. So I think it's a big difference to say, you know, pay us what we think we're due, because if you were operational, that's how much you would have paid us, versus us giving you a break, which I think that the amount of money you're proposing is not enough to compel you to get this to the finish line in a timely manner. And it's short, you know, over the course of 3 years, that would be short of close to $150,000 just for one business. If you account for both businesses, then over the course of 3 years, we would be short close to 500. Yeah, so it's a lot of money for close to $400,000. I think that's a lot of money for us to give up. Had you guys been able to operate under the same terms that we agreed upon initially. So I would implore our council to consider maintaining the same standards we started with, which is asking them to pay the amount that we originally expected they would pay us, because we gave them a it might be, and you know what, we don't have to have cultivation. That's fine. I'm fine with us not having cultivation at all. I feel like there are impacts to our community that we don't even know yet, and might be impacts on our public safety costs. We don't know. So for $17,000, I don't know if it's worth that.
But obviously, if we got the 20, 30, and 40, that's almost $100,000.
$100,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is who's gonna give us the 400? Because it's gonna take 3 years to get the thing up anyway, so if we have to wait 3 years, we don't have any revenue coming in. Versus the other folks who are already willing to give us $100,000 while they come in within 3 years. That's $100,000 is a lot going into the general fund at no cost to us. And to me, I think that we have not had any issues that I'm aware of. Is that right, Chief? And all of our, no issues at all. And Grow is an isolated, closed-in system, self-contained unit that really nobody goes into except the people that are in charge of the Grow. So, I mean, to me, it makes sense that it makes sense between my two choices of not having it versus letting them build it over 3 years and give $100,000 to the general fund. Now, I think that amount could be negotiable. I think that if you go 3 years, the 20, 30, and 40 would be acceptable. I think staff should also figure out what it would be to have that application extended. Not only should we get revenue for the 3 years on an increasing increment, or we can do it all the same. Or we can say the first year, second and third year, if we extend it, that if they're willing to extend it, they have to pay for that extension also. That way, it gives them an incentive to do it. In other words, if they're paying for a extension, they'll do it. If they're paying for another year, they'll do it. And that way, we'll know where they are. In the meantime, we'll get money for the extension and money for the percent of the project. That's better than nothing. But, you know, it's up to you guys. That's just my personal. Nothing been right.
I think we should do our due diligence and make sure that we use not public.
Well, our original agreement was, it was 2 years.
The original agreement was 1 year, and then we extended it to 6-month terms.
It's all the equipment that's causing this. We can't get the equipment.
Say that again?
The problem is obtaining the equipment or.
It being sourced, so from the supplier, there's, supply chain issues. For the
Oh, I see where you're coming from. But thing is, he said, we open it back up, we don't get anything. And throughout that 100,000 plus extension. And also, if they're an applicant down to give us a penny, they're getting the 3-year process because they'll be awarded because we're gonna, Jim, how many roads did we pick or can pick, you know? Is it 4?
We issued 3, there were 4 applicants.
Yeah, there was 4, so there's 4 spots there, so if we don't get the 4 spots, or they end up getting one of the spots, they have to give us a penny. I mean, I've just been honest. I mean, so it's a matter of, do we want that, and do we want to have the 3 years of fee for extension plus a percent of their, or we should be getting, or do we just want to shut it down, start all over again, get them? No. But I haven't forgotten, but if we were discussing something in this job, I think it would be not good for us to go to the next guy until we finish this one. Are there any other questions at this time? Yeah.
I think that we'll be losing out on money.
Okay, yeah, I'm old.
Sorry, I think that we'll be losing money if we go ahead and extend this. So you're saying that we would get 100,000 in what, 3 years? But then, right, we'll make each year, right? But then Alice said that, right, like there's a big disproportionate amount.
Can I add to that?
Yeah,
I'd like to add, so it's, obviously, it's open for negotiation. We're just trying to propose something that would obviously make sense to the city, to both, obviously, in consideration of your extension, we're willing to financially contribute. I think what the mayor was saying is that if we're to look at other applicants, you probably have to defer to those that are currently in the list, for, you know, upcoming, and probably not get anything by word of the.
Do we have to send it today? Why don't we do our due diligence? We see what's out in the market, how long it takes to come back and push.
I believe you that if we start over, it would take longer. I believe you, because you guys have done the groundwork. I see the timeline. You've done a lot to get to this point. I believe that. I still feel that 25% is not enough. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for 100%. I think we've already invested 100% because that's what we were owed. It's $70,000 a year. It sounds like a lot. They've already invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. I think there's a lot of growth potential.
I have a question. Do you know how many cultivation buildings or whatever are in Orange County operating right now?
No, I do not.
Do we know anything about it? No.
We can bring that back if council desires, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Why don't we do this? Let's go with the Donald's suggestion. Let's have the staff take a look at timelines. But I think that's critical. Number 2, at the same time, we can kind of let them figure out a little bit more what Alice wants, which is more money, and we'll see what's fair there. In other words, you can negotiate while you're doing your research, so, and she's very good at that, so I think we'll be okay there. And then we don't have to make a decision today, but we can bring it back, and then we'll make a decision whether we want to start all over from square one, or go with somebody who's been working on it for 2 years. I think that's what. So before we make that decision, Mr. Othman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's about time.
You stole it. Thank you.
Just a clarification, because I don't think some of the council people were wrong when this initial proposal came. We came in front of the council. I don't know, I don't think Councilman Taylor.
I was here.
You were there? We suggested that before you go issue licenses to people, make sure they have a location. Everybody's talking here, why it took so long? Well, there's a reason why it took so long. When you make a decision on awarding licenses without having the applicant secure a location, as me personally send an email to all the council members, says, guys, what you're doing is wrong. You're awarding licenses before you go find out if these people have a location. So they went in and awarded licenses, perfect. None of the people that got licenses had a location in the city of Stanton. So the minute they got the license approved, that they gave them a year to, people start looking for location. You know, you want to put a retail place, you have to have a place. You want to grow, you have to have a place to grow. None of them had a location. So it took them 5 to 6 months to locate a location. Now let me just give you a breakdown on what happens when you do award licenses and what the licensee need to do in order to achieve that goal. First you have to secure a location, secure a lease with the landlord, then go and hire an architect to draft the plans, construction plans, submit to the city. Then the city have to go review the plans. You have to comply with fire department, all kind of departments to get those plans approved. Then you get to start building, and then you go and operate. So that's the reason he didn't articulate it very well when he said 3 years. That's why you need 3 years. So if you go now and start all over again, the new applicant have to locate a place to put these units. You know what I mean? And so if this extension isn't given, which you guys can award them or you don't, I don't really care. But the point is, if these fellows have their plans already in the city, submitted for construction, I believe both of them, correct? Correct. They have a plan submitted to the city for 2 locations that they finally located. And the plans are with the city being reviewed for construction. I've got a letter from a supplier that I gave them to supply, because I happen to be the contractor if they get awarded. It's gonna take a year to get these units fabricated and shipped. So any way you look at it, new applicants, old applicants, the new applicants will have, again, find the location, do the plans, submit the plans to the city, and then these guys have done 2/3 of the motion. So that now they have to do the actual approval of plans, which is within the city's control, and then build. And the reason they're asking for an extension is because the plans are with the city and not with, the city controls when these plans will be approved. So they have no say on when these plans. Number one. Number two, securing these products, which is all electrically related, the transformers and what have you, that takes time. So basically, this is why the time issue that you have concern about. That's why they're asking. They don't want to go give us a year and they come back 12 months later and say, give me another year because I can't get this thing forward. As far as the city is concerned, I'm very well invested in the city. I find it hard to believe that the city is willing to walk away from fees and start all over again. It makes no sense. This is not, this is money for the city. The city needs that income. Why would you walk away from that? If you don't give them the extension, that means you have to start over. That means nothing happens now. Nobody gets paid, no extension fees. I don't know how they offered you 25, 30, whatever they offered you there, that's their business. That's additional income for the city that we need. Come to my office and I'll show you what I have every day to deal with. I've got ladies selling themselves at the corner. They have to constantly. We need more code enforcement to clean up the city. So we need the money. It's not like we don't need that. So what I urge you to do is look at what's best interest of this city, which is create more income. That's what I have to say.
I'm sorry, are you the landlord then of the building?
or how do you feel?
I am that.
I'm sorry.
So if they don't get it, I get to lease it to a new person, probably double the price. So
So you have two buildings?
yes, I do. These are the two last buildings they can use for a company.
Have they been paying you rent all this time?
One of them, no, because I refuse to lease. I told them, unless you get your license renewed, I'm not gonna sign with you. So I have it. It's a vacant lot. Second one, partially operation, which is the dispensary. They're currently operation, but their cultivation, because they couldn't really get the plans approved, they couldn't get.
Have you made any political contributions for campaigns to any of us on the?
Other than Thanksgiving.
The turkeys.
The turkeys.
Thank you for the turkeys.
Okay, so let me go, excuse me, let me go back and maybe add something. I would like to make sure that we have Donald's request, we're looking at that issue of the timeline. I want to add Alice's cost factor with maybe some negotiations. But then I also would like for the city to let us know how far they've gotten with the project, if their plans have been submitted and where they are. I think if we have those, we can make a better decision. Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, how do you feel about us looking, based off of my,
I'll be honest with you. And I want to make sure we make the best decision. We're in the best state of mind to make this decision. So I think tabling it is not a problem. I know that they're already not compliant because right now they've already passed the deadline. And I don't know if another.
Let me ask you a question. Really, also we're not really making a decision tonight, either way. Also we're doing tonight is getting kind of like fact finding, which with Alan's request won't take very long. My request is just walk next door and find out where they are with their application and the permitting. And as far as the negotiation for the money, our city manager is already working with them on that. So that means in a couple of weeks, we can at least have the information. So we don't have to make a decision on an extension. We don't have to make any extension. We can just direct staff tonight to bring more information back at our next meeting, so we're not tired and we can figure out what we're doing. So that's what I would like to do. So if you guys don't have a problem with that.
Before you go, can I please get clarification on Councilmember Taylor's request?
yes, so, up here, somebody said that it would be 3 years. And that would be possible. So I want us to basically go and look in.
So, okay, so would a satisfactory technique be for the city staff to reach out to cultivation stores that have opened within X amount of months and find out what their process was, how long it took them? Okay.
And
That
also,
may take us a little bit of time to make contact. I may not be able to bring it back to the first meeting in January.
the other thing too on that would be where the delays, we're talking, just getting information. And then Alice is concerned about the amount of money. I know that you've been working very hard on that, so that's something you might want to come back with some numbers. And then Alice can say whether they're acceptable.
I'll represent everybody.
No. I mean, I'm sure you have to get the vote, but we want to make sure that you are.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
And then I'm concerned about making sure that we are with your application. So if anybody's okay with that, we'll just turn these guys loose and get it back.
One thing Councilmember Taylor had also asked for is whether or not there are cultivation being done in our vicinity. Is there any way staff can find out?
I'm so sorry.
Sorry. One thing that Councilmember Taylor had asked for is whether or not there were cultivation.
Oh, yes, I can find out in Orange County.
Orange County and
Yes.
maybe Long Beach, and
Sure.
surrounding areas.
Yes.
Just one thing, the delay also was caused by COVID, if you guys remember.
For the 82%.
Yeah, COVID kind of stopped it.
See you in 2024.
It's coming back. Okay, thank you very much.
Am I going to approach to
Sure.
So just wanted to quickly mention that there's also only 2 locations available in the entire city that are zoned properly for cultivation. So the applicants had a significant delay finding a location. It took them about a year to find a location. So and again, even if there's any other applicants for cultivation, they also will still be limited to just these 2 locations. So you should for sure factor that in as to any other applicants or potential as to how they would have undertaken the venture.
What's the square feet of the building?
For Stanton Fresh Farms, it's about 9,000.
And the other one?
I don't know the other one.
I'll put into this because it's been years, right? It's a lot of staff hours.
That's what this is supposed to be for.
That's
why we want
yeah.
100%.
I think that's.
Right, we're definitely not
that
objecting
can
to
be
any
part
of
of
the
the
fees.
negotiations with our city manager. All right, if there's no objection, we get over. Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, good. We'll see what we can do.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, now we move on to the most exciting thing since I've been here 35 years, 55, 52 in the city. I get to see maybe a new logo.
Oh, no, wait.
So close.
Item 9C.
I thought it was a construction of the city's new logo branding and mission. Oh, I forgot, okay. I see it'll be a quick one, I hope. All right, the city attorney, right?
Oh, me.
Oh, it's you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, we will have the city attorney
Oh,
start.
yeah, that's right, I need to know that. You- All right, go ahead, the city attorney, tell us about number 9C.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're going to tag team this. This item is proposed for consideration in order to place a temporary 45-day moratorium on the expansion, enlargement, and alteration of public lodging, city lodging, hotels. And the reason why I'm going to start this off is because there are a couple council members, Councilman Warren as well as Mayor Medina, and who have properties located close to a number of hotels, Dixie, Starlight, and the Villa Hotel. So in order to comply with the FPPC regulations, I'm suggesting that we segment the item. So this first portion of the hearing will be to discuss the Chester Inn, Jade Palace, Motel 6, Casa Playa Inn and Suites, and just exclusively that. And then after a vote is taken on whether to apply the moratorium to those public lodging, we'll go on and we'll take a vote on the other three, the Dixie, Starlight, and Villa Hotel. The other interesting twist on this is that this urgency ordinance needs a supermajority vote support for this body, given that 2 council members are completely out, drawing names from the top to see who gets to participate in that latter half of the segmented vote. So with that, I will give that to the city manager to discuss the Chester, Jade, Motel 6, and Casa Playa.
Thank you, City Attorney. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Under the California Constitution, and pursuant to its police powers, the city is charged with protecting the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. A large part of that responsibility is addressing crime and taking actions that promote and support a high quality of life for Stanton residents. The city takes this responsibility seriously and as a result, commits the majority of its annual budget to law enforcement and public safety. For fiscal year 2023-24, that responsibility equaled 54% of the city's annual budget, or $16.2 million. While seeking to better understand the source of crime-related calls for service in Stanton, staff found that certain motels in the city are magnets for criminal activity. For each of the past 5 years, law enforcement has responded to hundreds of calls for service from Stanton motels, including for prostitution, narcotics violations, stolen vehicles, weapons possession,
probation and parole violations, burglary, robbery, gang activity, assaults, and assaults with deadly weapons. This high level of criminal activity at motels within the city poses immediate impacts on the health, safety, and welfare of the entire community. Although staff has been diligently working on updating the city's municipal code and zoning regulations to address these issues, the council is asked to consider an interim urgency ordinance to temporarily prohibit the establishment of public lodging and/or the expansion, enlargement, or alteration of existing public lodging businesses and uses within the city, to provide staff and the council sufficient time to ensure the proper safeguards are in place to limit and deter illicit and illegal activity at the city's motels. This evening, staff respectfully requests that the council adopt the proposed urgency ordinance to protect the health, safety, and the welfare of its citizens. This concludes my staff report, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Okay, so basically, this is gonna affect every motel in the city. And, I think that's been very, very fair because we're treating everybody the same. And it will give us a really good opportunity with our sheriff's department and our public safety director, Mr. Rand, to look at each and every motel so that we can find out how we can make it the public safe. So to me, that's going to be a big step in the right direction. The reason that we're taking individual votes is because some people live within, some 1,000 feet of the motel. Although I thought they had to have a financial interest to have it. Oh,
So it's, yeah, that's why. Property ownership. Sorry.
I thought you owned the motel. Okay, it's all yours.
Okay, so if anyone on the council could propose a motion to move the item as to Colony Motels or Public Lodge in Chester Inn, Cape Palace Motel 6, and Casa Playa Inn and Suites. We have a motion by Councilmember Taylor, a second by Councilmember Torres. I'll now proceed with roll call vote. Councilmember Torres? Yes. Councilmember Taylor? Yes. Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Van? And Mayor Schauber?
Yes.
I pass with 5-0 vote. And for the segmented portion, given that we need supermajority to adopt this urgency ordinance, I ask the city clerk to draw you out of the cut. Councilmember Warren. So if I could ask Mayor Pro Tem to step out of the room. This is pursuant to the FPPC regulation on a public generally, not public generally, legally required to make code happen. So this would be whether the city council would move the item as proposed as to the Dixie Hotel Starlight Mill. We have a motion by Mayor Schauber, a second by Councilmember Taylor. Correct. Now proceed with roll call vote. Councilmember Torres? Yes. Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren?
Yes.
Mayor Schauber?
Yes. No,
That's why we drew names out of whatever.
You drew a name out of the cup.
Okay, good.
To
Make sure.
be the. Yes, please. Okay.
Okay. Right. Okay, moving on to the next item, which is ranking. Okay, this is a selection of the city's new logo, branding, and messaging.
Good evening, all Mayor and members of the council. I'd like to invite our Community Services Manager, Ashley Kane, who has patiently waited until the late hour of 11:30 to provide you with this fabulous presentation.
the overtime they get.
Just kidding.
All right, good evening, Mayor Schauber, members of the City Council. Tonight I'm here to present an update on Reimagine Stanton, the city's rebranding project. All right, our report in brief. The purpose of this report is to review outreach results and seek City Council selection of a logo and motto as part of the next phase of the city's branding and messaging project. Recommended action this evening is for City Council to declare this project to be categorically exempt under CEQA and to select a logo and motto to move forward with the next phase of the branding and messaging project. Some background. On September 28, 2021, Council directed the formation of an ad hoc committee comprised of Councilmember Warren and Councilmember Taylor to guide staff's efforts to revitalize the city brand, including the redesign of the city's logo and motto. The council allocated $100,000 in the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funds to support the city's rebrand and implementation project on September 13, 2022, which was later reallocated to the general fund. Subsequently, on May 9, 2023, the city awarded a contract to Hub for the comprehensive redesign of the city's logo, branding, and messaging. Those project deliverables include brand assets, which are city motto, logo, and seal, and their various variations. A style guide, which is a physical guide that will guide staff in their use of those brand assets in all of our city documents and publications. A wayfinding sign style guide, which will be a style guide for our wayfinding signs throughout the city, which include directional signage, street signage, and monument signs. And then finally, a communications plan. So in addition to all of the visual assets, Hub will also be providing us with a communications plan, which will guide our messaging throughout the city. So any city staff that is speaking to or writing to the public is doing so in the same voice. There are 5 phases of the project: research and brand strategy, brand messaging development, development of the visual brand, brand guidelines and training, and brand rollout. We have completed phase 1 of that project. So phase 1 involved Hub collecting all of our current inventory and brand assets. So we provided them with our city style guide. This is a snapshot of our current style guide with our colors, logo, city seal, the fonts that we currently use, and our current motto, which is community pride and forward vision. Also in phase 1, Hub met with all of our key community stakeholders. We held a community meeting on May 10th here in this room with about 35 attendees from the public. Hub conducted various exercises, some word association and other exercises with those attendees to glean their idea of Stanton and words and phrases that they feel rings true to them when they think of our city. They also met individually with our ad hoc committee, and we have checked in with that committee throughout the process. They also had an individual kickoff meeting with our PIO committee, which is comprised of 1 to 2 members of each of our city departments. And they have also reviewed all of Hub's findings and provided regular input throughout the process. And then lastly, we have our PIO team, which meets regularly with Hub and acts as our project managers. We are currently at the tail end of both phase 2 and phase 3. To complete phase 2, Hub distilled key phrases and feelings from the community and stakeholder exercises to identify our audiences and develop a tone and messaging that feels true to Stanton. Once we have a communications plan, the goal is to attract, engage, and connect with our various audiences. We are also coming to the end of phase 3, which is development of the visual brand. Phase 3 involved the PIO committee reviewing and providing feedback on mood boards from Hub. These 6 graphics are some of those mood boards initially provided to us by Hub. From there, Hub created various drafts and options for a final logo visual. We went back and forth with Hub, creating a few different drafts until we were comfortable showing those to the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee then selected final logo designs for a community survey. Our community survey was distributed October 5th through the 17th via the city's social media platforms, our city website, directly to City Hall staff, and via the city manager's newsletter. We received 211 responses to that survey, and the results of that survey are mostly consistent with the PIO's committee selections.
the city motto results. So we went to the public with two city mottos: rooted in community growing with pride, and community and connection at the heart. Rooted in community growing with pride is our clear front runner here with 122 votes versus 86 votes for community and connection at the heart. As noted in the staff report, I would like to point out that once these results were brought to the PIO committee, a few members of that committee, as well as other city staff, mentioned that our current motto of community pride and forward vision resonates well with them, and I would like to pose that as a third option to the council this evening.
What was the third option?
Our current motto, which is community pride and forward vision. And then our logo results. So the survey was posed to the community at a 1 through 5 scale. So 1 being this logo does not fit Stanton, and 5 being this logo fits Stanton very well. We tabulated all of the 3 to 5 votes, and this logo in these two colorways was our clear winner of the 3 logos provided, with 128 votes and 126 votes for these two colorways for these two logo systems that you see here. I do want to note that the PIO team's preference is this green, orange, and blue colorway. It's a lot more versatile in our eyes. You can really highlight the green, the yellow, or the orange, or the blue. Also, there are about 7 colors provided in that colorway versus the other, which is more of a blue and yellow. It's a little bit harder to highlight the color yellow on a flyer, on a visual. Yellow is a little bit too bright, the same with that teal. I'd just like to post that to the council this evening. And our next steps, to complete phase 2, we would like to move forward with selection of a city motto. Our 3 options right now are community pride and forward vision, rooted in community, growing with pride, and community and connection at the heart. To complete phase 3, we are looking for a selection of a visual. Once we select a visual, we can move forward with completing the brand assets, which are the city logo, seal, and their variations, the style guide, the wayfinding signs, and the communications plan. At this time, I would like to give the floor to our ad hoc committee if they have any comments.
Yeah, still, we needed a fresh new one. It's been a while. So those are the colorways that came out on top. Gary and I both like the green and the orange one the best out of the 2 of us. The motto, these are all really emotional decisions. So everybody kind of needs to tell us what they like, which motto they like best. Do they want to stay with what we have? Do they want to move forward with a new one? And it'll give, we have a new team here pretty much. It'll just give the city a fresh look, a fresh voice. And
Yes, we worked on this really hard over a long period of time, with a lot of problems just finding an agency that we were comfortable with to start the whole thing. So it's been quite a long time working on it. Like Phil says, we like the bottom group of signs and colors, the green, the orange, I guess the blue or purple.
Periwinkle?
Periwinkle, I like that. I kind of like number 2, rooted in community and growing with pride, as our new motto. Community pride and forward vision is 5. It's just been around so long. And we are going practically, we're trying to give a new look to the new way the city looks, especially beach. That's what this all came from. And the money did come from the government. It was a once in an opportunity to do it. I think Jared started this whole thing going.
But I will tell you, one of the problems with selecting the agencies was that one agency wanted, 2 years to get it done, and most of them were way over 100,000. It was crazy. It was just like, really? No. So
we started out 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah. So comments on the new city motto?
I like number 1.
You know, we knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, number 2 doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Like, rooted in the community, he's rooted in the community. He's number 2, 1, 5, he's 1, 5.
Growing like a little plant.
What do you think about community and connection at the heart? Were you an English major? These childhood care, you were geology, you say, well, it's a rock. It's late.
I would be honest with you, I don't like this other two. I think we need to be better. To be honest with you, I think the 2 and 3. The only reason I'm going to number 1 is because it's better than the other two, but I think we need to do a much better job with the logo than what's there. Just my time.
With the logo or the motto?
The motto.
Okay.
I'll have to agree with you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just.
Time out.
No, I like the first one.
Hold on, time
Oh,
out. Where's it? I would turn my recording.
Well, can we go back and try to find another one?
You don't have to give me $100 grand, I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Would you guys consider, if we tweaked the third one to just community and connection, to get rid of at the heart? I kind of like the alliteration, community and connection. It's catchy, it's concise, and it has.
How about connected community with the heart?
Get rid of that the heart, I'm sorry. We don't do too much.
Anyway, why don't we, I'll listen, you guys are okay, why don't we work on the others? Why don't we work on the?
Oh, I like
Very
that.
concise, that's very concise, I like that.
What is it?
Community connection vision.
Put a period after each one.
Yeah.
Community what?
Or 3 dots.
No, not moving, let's do that.
We could take your input tonight for just the logo and then come back with a motto, and we could have, if the council wants to have a session, to talk about the motto.
I would recommend that we do that. Community connection. Because otherwise Donald and I would not be happy.
Well, let's start with,
Donald would read on all 9.
Good job.
We find ways.
So let's go ahead and figure out the logo, and then we'll come back with a little touch up on the.
Okay,
Is
so
everybody
we're
okay
gonna
with
start
that?
with the logo, but let's at least get consensus on the logo.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Go ahead.
I like the green a lot. I think it really pays homage to our flower, which is the bird of paradise, and I appreciate that.
We don't have that.
We still have that, that's still our flower.
We don't have that.
We never had the first.
We're gonna get rid of the first.
But the colors are colors,
Yes.
yeah, I like this.
We do too. Carol and I like, that's 3 votes. We got that.
All right, somebody make a motion. Let's get it done.
I'll make a motion to choose the bottom one for our, city logo section. Second, I guess I better.
I'm sorry. So we spoke with them, and for signage, script font, it's gonna be an issue. Did they give you a font for our signage table?
Yes, so for signage, and it's not in this visual, but for signage, the script and the sans serif will flip. And so the city of is in a script font and Stanton is in a bolder sans serif font.
Easy font.
We'll make that sure. I'm sorry it's not on this slide, but we do have that.
We're having motion and second on the table, we're going to do the logo of the green and orange and here. So we have a motion by Councilmember Taylor, a second by Councilmember Torres. I will proceed with the roll call vote. Councilmember Torres?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren? Do I add extra E's? Mayor Pro Tem Van?
Yes.
And Mayor Shower?
Yes.
Consensus received on the logo.
And if you'd like us to bring back the motto options, we can come back with some different options. Back at that time.
Take number 1 on there.
I like the one that you said. Did you want to say that again?
Which one?
Community, period, connection, period, vision.
I like that.
Or if you can find a third C to add to the alliteration, that would be great.
Larry? Madam.
Okay, so, all right, so we get that one. And then, the communications at this time. You guys have the direction, right?
Yes.
Nicholas Dibbs.
Mayor Sharp.
If you just speak your name and you have pictures.
Okay, I'm Nicholas Dibbs, Mayor Dave and Mayor Schauber, and members of the council. I'm already here and I decided to stay, and I have some important comments to make. I was at the Garden Grove City Council meeting on November 28th, and they passed a resolution regarding the Human Rights Day, but in its way, the General Assembly of the United Nations passed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So the city took the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was passed on December the 10th, 1948, and they declared December the 10th Human Rights Day in Garden Grove. Okay, but the point is this. And Dave, you and I go back a ways, but we're both teachers. And it breaks my heart to see 18,000 people snuffed out in 3 weeks, in 6 weeks, 8 weeks. So I'm having trouble sleeping. That's why I'm still here. Because our own government is backing this and providing the weapons in violation of the U.S. Arms Export and Control Act, in violation of the Leahy Amendment, 2 laws on the U.S. books that our Congress is not enforcing. So we do have a place here locally to oppose injustice. And to the pro tem mayor, I'd like you, I only have 1 copy, but I can email this. If you could take this, the council, please consider the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which pretty much speaks to what's going on now. And the laws on those 2 laws I mentioned are that U.S. weapons are not to be used against civilians. But Rashid Khalidi, a professor at Columbia University, wrote a book, The 100 Years' War on Palestine. This started in 1917 with the Balfour Declaration. And so we've had incremental and genocide going on. The goal is to eliminate the Palestinian people entirely from that land. That's what's going on, and it's being done with our tax dollars. And if this gets out of hand, it's going to affect our community. The first duty of every public servant is to protect the citizen. I mean, we've been lied into the Vietnam War, lied into Iraq and Afghanistan, trillions of dollars spent on wars. I grew up in high school seeing the propaganda and the misleading, and then finally years later, the Pentagon Papers come out and say we were lied into the Vietnam War. Other stuff comes out, we were lied into this and deceived. So the misinformation and the propaganda of the pro-Zionist groups and people are out there. We do need a resolution of something promoting peace and justice. Because if we stay silent, then we're complicit. And this is being done with our tax dollars. So it's not a Republican or a Democrat or thing. It's a thing about standing up for human life. To see all these children and all these families killed is wrong. So I urge you to put it on the agenda for the next meeting, come up with an alternate resolution. And I'll give you this information and just put on the agenda for the next meeting to come up with an alternate, that's all. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the city council? Cece?
That's Miss
Come on.
Bessie.
Every night. John, are you awake?
Yep.
Okay. All right, that being said, I'll close all the communication. If we go 12 more minutes, we'll have a record that will never be beat again. Oh, yeah, okay. Or we have another proclamation. Okay. All right. Okay, now, all right, written communications, we have none. Council initiated meetings. Reports or authority announcements. Okay. I think we should hear from our 2 young ladies from the Community Services Department. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this meeting wraps up my first year. Thank all of the rest of the council for this wonderful experience. Thank you,
you know, in other councils, there's so much antagonism, there's so much non-communication. I can say that within this council, I know that I can have a very good conversation about something, you know, like get someone instead of just get walled up. You know what I mean? So thank you guys. Just having you for a year.
All right, now we'll go to, let's hear about our Christmas around the world.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. I do want to thank the council and everybody, all of the staff here that have contributed to the event this past Thursday. We did have celebration of holidays around the world. Thank you to our city manager for emceeing, Public Works Department, Code Enforcement, Sheriff's, Fire. Everybody had a role. And it was a beautiful evening. We had an extra of snow straight from the North Pole and lots and lots of fun and laughs with Santa. So again, thank you all for your support and attendance and forward to snow for next year. A few more events still to wrap up the holiday season. So we do have a Korea's Backpack Giveaway this Friday. We work with local schools to identify children in need and they give us a specific request that they're looking for. So we're hosting this program in partnership with our community partners on Friday the 15th. And this coming Sunday, we have the Santa Siren event, which will run from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the same 5 neighborhoods we've done for the past 21 years. Thank you.
So Ashley and Zenia, be sure you let everybody know what a great job they did. And Chief, thank you for your police officers, your deputies, and also your exposure. So that was very nice. And I think the fire department is there. Oh yeah, they're there. So please let all of us know how much we appreciate that giving Santa a lot. That was very great. And maintenance for doing a good job. Got a great retreat with you. Anyway, thanks to everyone on behalf of all of us.
Thanks, Mr. Rin, for starting out the park.
Okay, Saturday is the biggie. We are having a Christmas food distribution, but we're not giving only food, we're giving food, diapers, toys, and clothes. So we hope to have about at least over 1,000 cars, and we want to take care of about 5,000 people. So if you're not doing anything and you want to wander over, you're more than welcome to stop. Yeah. We just, for adult diapers, we take 2 sevens and we do them together. Perfect. Put one leg in each side. All right. I do want to tell you that at this point, I have 165 volunteers. So it's going to be pretty awesome. So if you want to come, you get a free burrito from Casa Garcia and a pizza from our favorite pizza place. So you're welcome to come and participate. I also want to let you know, and you guys know, I'm going to have our Sheriff's Department, our Fire Department, and our Public Works Department. I'm providing food for them, and they're going to barbecue and have a celebration over the holidays for all of the Sheriff's Department employees, all our fire guys at Station 46, and Jim's going to use our barbecue over at New York. So if you'd like to join them, they'll let you know when that event is. All right. Anything else? All right, now we're going to go for future council meeting, our future spaces. Okay. We've already done 12D. So now we get to go, at this point, we're going to recognize outgoing Mayor Pro Tem Hong Allen's band. We're going to give a presentation of honors to Mayor Pro Tem. So where is it?
Right here.
Oh, it's hidden. Another trophy for your wall. Okay, great.
No problem. Maybe actually what? Okay.
Okay, you actually got 3. This is the best one, though. This is City of Stanton. It says, in recognition of outstanding service to Stanton community for the 2023 as Mayor Pro Tem. The City Council does hereby officially commend Mayor Pro Tem Hollis for her dedication and commitment to the citizens of Stanton, and further commends Mayor Pro Tem and in supporting the community of Stanton, its continued growth, progress, and success, and providing excellent public services which attain a quality for all citizens. And you got one from Josh, State Senator. There you go. And not cheap, because he gave you a really nice frank. Okay, it's actually very nice. And it's from Doug Cheney. That's our supervisor. So congratulations. Okay, we'd like to sing.
Thank you, everybody, for your support in this.
Anybody have a camera? All right, let's stand up without us.
Okay, we're not gonna make it time to talk.
We can do it later. Okay, everybody up, please.
Sure, does not know. It's not Donald, it looks like a wolf.
Come on,
No, because of
Gary,
Rigo.
Gary, get over here.
Because of Rigo, we never put it in.
Don't sit down, Mr. Schauber, I'm moving your chair. Joey, Carol.
Gary, hold that. Gary, Donald, just move that chair. Okay. There you go.
Like right after. Wait a minute, wait. Gary, get over there.
Oh, we weren't for Gary. They want to even it out.
While everybody's sitting down, I want to show you the really good thing that you guys all helped us get. This is a key to the Orange County Food Bank. They don't just give this to anybody. It says, thank you to the city of Stanton for your support in the food drives that we've been. We're one of the very few cities, and that's what we do. I'm very proud that you guys support that. And so this is the key. Take a look at it. It's bigger than that. I was gonna hang it on the front door and I thought it was too small on the website.
I know.
Is this the only one?
No, it's that one. Easier to store.
That was good photography then.
Trish took a great picture.
I don't.
All right, moving on. It's time for us to get another mayor pro tem for a year. And at this time, the city clerk will accept nominations for mayor pro tem. Normally what we do is we rotate the seats. So if we did it, what we've always done, Alice will move all the way down to the end, and everybody moves one to the right. That being said, I would like to nominate Carol Warren as mayor pro tem for the upcoming year.
I'd like to second that.
I heard Taylor, so.
That's okay, it's okay.
She has to sit down at the end of the table.
Are there any other nominations?
Are there any other nominations at this time? Okay, I'll close nominations. I'll need to vote for closed nominations. All in favor of closing nominations? If we have to do that, I'm sorry. Okay, that means magnanimously you are the mayor pro tem.
All in favor?
Unanimous.
Can I get an all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you for the record. Congratulations again.
And we will move tonight.
And we did it on the same day the
Wow.
council meeting started.
Wow.
Oh, I know.
Okay, anything from our esteemed council? Okay, items from our city manager, executive director.
Just one in front of you, you have this sheet, we're getting ready to schedule your videos for the state of the city. So please mark your availability for us and leave it at the dais, and we'll be calling you to schedule your film time. Thank you.
Okay, and now, we have 2 minutes left, and so we'll now get a report from the North County Fire Authority.
Well, I picked the wrong night, 45 slide. I wanted to talk about the greatness of the OCFA, so I'll pare it down to a minute and 58 seconds, whatever I'm at. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff. It's my pleasure to provide you with the following OCFA operational report for November 2023. During the month of November, the OCFA responded to a total of 384 incidents within the city of Stanton. 14 of those were fire responses, 250 were EMS rescue, 20 were hazardous conditions or other service calls. Additionally, the OCFA responded to a total of 67 incidents within the unincorporated area of Orange County serviced by Fire Station 46. Excuse me. One of those was a fire response, 62 were EMS related, and 4 were hazardous materials or condition standby. During the month of November, I'm thankful to say there was no major incidents that took place within the city, but there was one significant call on November 12th where firefighters responded to a reported vehicle fire next to a garage. When firefighters arrived on scene, they found a fully involved passenger van with fire impinging on the adjacent garage that was occupied with vehicles. Firefighters were able to quickly pull hose lines and to first cool off the structure, the building, and then extinguish the vehicle fire prior to it being established in that garage or cause any severe damage. In fact, the garage only sustained minor damage to the exterior fascia boards, siding. So it was this was a vehicle, there was a vehicle parked inside that garage was less than 6 feet away from that vehicle fire. So happy to report that there was a very good outcome from that incident. On Saturday, November 11th, we were pleased to represent the veterans of the OCFA with Engine 46 station and Medic 46 personnel at the Stanton Veterans Day event. Out of all the events I've been to, Veterans Day events I've been to and participated in with the OCFA, by far I think that was one of the nicer events I've ever participated in, and really well attended. And I think really meant a lot to our veterans, so I thank you for the event that you guys put on there. Additionally, in November, Station 46 and our educator Milton Miera participated with the Family Resource Annual Open House, and I know that was very well received and it was a pleasure doing so. During the month of November, we focused our safety messages on electrical fire safety, holiday fire safety, which obviously the holidays coming upon us, and then holiday cooking, fire safety, and home heating safety programs. As a reminder, you can always visit our website at www.ocfa.org. Reference all of our safety flyers that are available to use in any of your community flyers are listed on the website as well. Just last week, the OCFA graduated its latest firefighter academy, and 38 candidates were successful in that process. Later this month, after the recruits finish their EMS training, I am proud to announce that you're going to have 3 new firefighters here in the city of Stanton at Station 46. One thing unique is every year we're over-hiring firefighters for positions we actually have in our fire authority on our books. That's mainly to get in front of our promotions. So we hire more firefighters than we have spots for, because we know we're following that with fire captain promotions and engineer promotions. So in doing so, sometimes we don't necessarily have a seat for all of our firefighters to go to. So Stanton's going to benefit from that, because we're going to add 3 firefighters, 1 to each shift on the engine. So we're going to actually increase our staffing to 6 firefighters daily for the city. And that's at no cost to the city, and that will be until additional spots open up for them to transfer into. But I imagine they're going to be there for at least their full first 6 months of probation. So it's going to be a great benefit for the city of Stanton with that. And then we thank you again for the invite for the And to the siren event, we're looking forward to participating with that. We'll have our one of our historical fire engines participating like we did last year, as well as Engine 46. A little bit after midnight, so I apologize, but that concludes my report for New York Fire Authority, and I'm available for any questions at the end.
So, I was wondering if you'd do me a favor. At Fort Apache, we had two things. We had the old siren, and we had a block that all the original firefighters were on. I'm wondering if you could get that block, because it was just sitting out in the yard a couple of years ago. I think it would be nice to get that in some kind of a monument that we can post at Station 46 with the original firefighters on it. And the siren, if you kind of find out where it's at, because it's the same one they used on Planet of the Apes. And I think it would be kind of cool, maybe if we ever have a historic, with Bowman's Market, we can put that siren.
I will look into both those.
Okay, and then also please thank Station 46 paramedics for coming to my rescue when I got that home accident yesterday.
Will do, thank you.
Yeah, tell them they did a great job.
Appreciate that, thank you.
And also, the deputies do a really good job on traffic control. And I will tell you that Monroe is not an exciting place to ever drive now. Trust me. But I know that we're going to be addressing that in the future. You have my word on that. Now, some sad news. I'm going to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of a longtime dear friend of mine who has always been with us for everything we've ever done in the city. She was always there to take our pictures. She covered every event that we had for at least the last 25 years. She always wrote great things about us in the newspaper. She was all around a great person. She served on our public safety. I believe she also served on our Parks and Recreation. And that was her life. Unfortunately, she passed, I believe it was last night, John, about 10 o'clock. And she was found yesterday morning, I believe it was her sometime. I will let you guys know a little bit more about it, but we all know it was Lorraine Berlin. I always used to call her the stupid reporter. We all know that she always wanted to give her way. That's the way she was. But she also cared about our city very much. And so I'll be putting together a little something to remember. So you'll remember her and her family in your thoughts and prayers. I would appreciate it. She was one fine lady. That being said, I will let you know that I hold the record for the shortest meeting, which was 2 minutes. And now I'm clocking out at 5.5 hours, trying to beat that one.